Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded. So let us say, government by the retarded, for the retarded, of the retarded.
Alrighty. Well, welcome back, you guys, to another episode of These People Are Idiots. I'm Ty King, and I'm sitting here with my friend again, Cyprian Ivanov. And it has been one hell of a week. I guess, Cyprian, let's start off with you. How are things over in DC?
Well, President Biden got forced out of his reelection campaign by hook or by crook, and it looks like both were used. So there's a whole bunch of political maneuvering that cannot have taken place in just 24 hours. So, well, the Democratic Party has both a intellectual meltdown and a democracy meltdown.
It's not good at all.
I mean, it was pretty remarkable when Axios was talking about the Biden oligarchy for a few days.
Oh, what happened there? I missed that.
Axios is one of the major news publications, and they had a few publications in which they had a few articles just before Biden was forced out of his reelection campaign, talking about the Biden oligarchy. The Democratic Party has gone from having primaries in which ordinary people will vote to having superdelegates, which can be manipulated, to manipulating the weight of various states, to not even having a debate in the primary elections. And now the nominee, effectively Kamala Harris is the nominee, who has not been chosen in a primary. It's pure insider politics without even the fig leaf of representation.
No shit. So I take it you buy into that probably wasn't Joe Biden's handwriting on the...
No.
Like, that's the thing, is like, even for people who are more skeptical than I am, I feel like everybody's kind of starting to take a step into my territory because it's just so open and brazen that it's like, so he didn't make a public announcement. We didn't see him for about 6 or 7 days. Now all these Bidens we're starting to see look different than the actual fucking Biden. A day or two after the Trump assassination fails, Microsoft just panics and guts DEI, but not only panics and guts DEI, but creates an update that wipes out billions of computers all across the fucking planet. All these corporations are in a panic meltdown mode. You had record amount of stocks that were bought prior to the Trump assassination. It's like 9/11 all over again, except more people were involved this time.
There's a few details that I would quibble about.
Okay.
I haven't been tracking the alleged height of Biden. I've heard the claim that he seems taller than he was in the past.
I'm
which
half and half on that one.
CrowdStrike has a reputation for general incompetence. So it doesn't seem all that anomalous that they would push an update that wipes out a billion computers. They were an accident waiting to happen. And a number of tech companies had been already getting rid of their DEI departments. Microsoft was just lagging behind a bunch of other ones. So that doesn't look like a panic move. That looks like there's a news cycle where everybody is focused on something else. We're going to do something so we don't get a lot of political flack.
I don't know. I think I see both instances on that. It just, I don't know. Maybe it's just because there's too much crazy shit happening on a constant basis that the timing for everything always seems suspicious now. But it's just, I mean, like the whole Israel thing. So it's like you have Netanyahu coming to the United States and having a meeting with all these government officials, Trump, Kamala Harris, Biden, all of them. And then a couple days later, upon his return to Israel, oh, look, soccer fields just got hit with rockets. 12 kids are dead. And then on the day that the new Iranian president is being sworn into office, or sorry, being inaugurated, same thing, but, and met with the Hamas leader in Tehran, that's when Israel not only decides to strike Beirut over in Lebanon, but also operate an airstrike within Iranian territory, taking out the Hamas leader that the new leader of Iran had just met with. It's like all these little coincidences, all these timings. It's just like,
some of those aren't really coincidences, and some of them are actual coincidences. Hezbollah is basically a proxy for Iran. They've been getting a lot of weapons from Iran. And they've been firing into Israel sporadically over the years, and they've been firing at northern Israel for quite a while now. Because Israelis build air raid shelters and safe rooms and have one of the best medical services in the world, Israelis don't get a lot of casualties from that, except for sometimes bad luck because missile defense systems aren't perfect. So Hezbollah sends 1,000 rockets, one of them hits and kills a bunch of kids. The 99 that are intercepted already aren't going to make the news. One of them that ends up killing a bunch of people will make the news.
see, that's what I was just wondering, because like I kept trying to find the footage. I could only ever find footage of the one impact that hit. So like I knew there was a debate whether or not it was an intercepted missile that fell down or whatever. But if it was a barrage, I mean, it's not to say it's not there. I was looking for the footage initially, and all I could see was just the one missile strike. So know that it's more than that. It's like, yeah, they really try to skew the narrative on a lot of this shit. And it's so hard to fucking keep up with, because I mean, realistically, the way that any Americans, I feel like even you or I are probably looking at it, it's just like, okay, there's going to be a bunch of death here, 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 and the talk for ceasefires is probably just going to be off the table forever now. And that's just horrifying.
I mean, if I were Israeli, I would be spitting at the idea of a ceasefire, but
Oh yeah.
the rational calculations of Israeli observers are very different from the hopes of US diplomats.
Mhm.
Because a lot of the factions in the Middle East operate on the basis of, we will try to kill you until we can't anymore. And if we can't, then we might try to make peace. American diplomats are used to the European tradition of diplomacy, where it's, we will only try to kill you if we are really, really angry at you, and we will constantly reevaluate and err on the side of peace. These are fundamentally incompatible ways of thinking. So there's the idea in American diplomacy that's been around since the 90s, which is if America pressures Israel enough, they will make concessions that will result in mutual trust and a stable long-term peace. This is incredibly naive. And it's a kind of naivete that only Americans and people who've been in peace for the past 70 years can really expect. And when there's a bunch of stabbing attacks or rocket attacks, the attitude of Israelis is go in, kill the people launching the attacks, and then try to find some negotiated settlement afterwards. The attitude of Americans is, oh, we don't want any escalation. So the effect is that there's a lot of pressure on Israel to not respond when their citizens get killed. And there's a lot of pressure on, there's not really much effective pressure on Iranian proxies or various terrorist groups to stop the attacks because they aren't exactly accountable to the international media or domestic political opponents or American diplomats. So it's very lopsided.
Yeah. It just completely values in itself. Like, I just put together a video, a whole message to Queers for Palestine video, and just looking at the way the Taliban operate in a courtroom under Sharia law, just within their culture, and like all post-Afghanistan, post-withdrawal, it's just kind of like looking at that. It's like, how could we have ever in a million years expected to come in and restructure that with our own values or our own set? I mean, it's a complicated fucking issue, but it's just like looking at that, it's like that stuff that I was looking at was ingrained, that was embedded. There's no amount of Western thinking is going to come in and change some of these doctrines as much as we want it to.
I mean, Saudi Arabia is changing. They're allowing women to drive, and they've allowed interest in a few situations. So
yeah, but how much of America had to get bought up before that happened?
I don't know, because it's kind of hard to tell. Is this the worry about, okay, Saudi Arabia is going to run out of oil, or is this a result of trying to appease American diplomats when the ruler was kind of vulnerable?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it seems like we're moving on from Saudi Arabian oil to Venezuelan oil. I'm still got a lot of questions on the Venezuela front, but I do know they have vastly much more oil than Saudi Arabia could ever hope to. At least this is my understanding.
I don't know about the relative reserves right now, but Venezuelan oil is much more sludgy than Saudi oil. So it's much harder to refine, and Venezuela has basically destroyed their own refining capacity. Saudi Arabia has functional refining capacity, and oil needs to be refined in order to be usable in vehicles or for other applications.
So when you say they've lost their refinery capacity, is it kind of like, just with everything falling apart and degrading over time, have the systems collapsed, or is it like, explain that a little bit more?
When Chavez was first elected, people within the state-owned oil company strongly opposed him, and a bunch of their engineers went on strike. And Chavez forcibly removed them and fired them. And I mean, if he was genuinely elected, crushing a strike like that is maybe an unwise decision, but it could be viewed as legal. But he replaced the fired workers with political cronies who, one, were inclined to loot the state-owned oil company. So basically, they stole a bunch of the supplies needed to repair and maintain and modernize the equipment. And two, they were incompetent So they didn't know how to conduct a lot of the maintenance and modernization. So a lot of systems mechanically broke apart, but that's because the human system broke apart. So Venezuela went from being able to reliably increase production and maintain it to not being able to maintain it. And now they can barely extract the oil that they do have. They are increasingly dependent on Russian and Chinese equipment and even maintenance technicians.
Okay, so I hear that, and it's like clear a country like Venezuela, there's going to be outside forces contributing to the degradation of the country, so that way someone can come in and take advantage. As at least how I see these things. So
yeah, the main force there is Cuba. China sold some military equipment, but has generally maintained an arm's length relationship with Venezuela because they were stiffed on so many deals. So in payment, Venezuela sent a tanker full of their sludgy, unrefined oil. They can't. China couldn't use it unless they spent a lot of time trying to refine it. So they felt like they were stiffed on that deal, and frankly, they were. So there was an initiative by China to cozy up to the Venezuelan government, but they felt that like they got stiffed several times. So if they do anything, it's more to spite America than because they think it's a productive relationship.
okay. So in that case, is it like more feasible for these countries to get involved with Cuba as a proxy to Venezuela? Like, is that why there's a lot of historical precedents on why there's focus on Cuba, but you see China and North Korea and them ramping up talks on relationships?
Cuba are the brains in Venezuela. The Cuban government is frankly smarter than the Venezuelan government currently. And the Cuban government has military forces in Venezuela.
Oh, shit. Okay, I didn't realize that. How many different military forces are operating within Venezuela at the moment?
I know Iran's got some people down there, but I think the main force is Cubans. FARC has also been operating from Venezuela, but they're not a very significant force anymore. They're basically drug dealers who sometimes end up clashing with the Venezuelan government over drug routes.
Okay. I mean, just looking at the footage there this week, it's like I would not want to be there. There was actually someone I was talking to recently who was just like, "Yeah, my friend's going up to Venezuela," and I was just kind of joking. I'm just like, "Yeah, your buddy's going to Venezuela for the next 2 weeks. Better look out in case civil war breaks out." And then this happened a couple days later, and I was just like, "Yo, I was fucking kidding." It's just like it's kind of looking like the US's future. As much as that's something we should work to avoid, I'm kind of looking at and I'm like, okay, is that what December's gonna look like?
There's a bit more history to that, and I mean, Venezuela could be our future, but there's a few things that pushed Venezuela into that situation.
Yeah, they had a lot going on beforehand.
Yeah, they tended to have a very cliquish investment class. So there was a stark divide between the rich people in the cities and the rural and then urban poor.
Yeah.
It was a system full of insider politics. And because of those insider politics, there was a push to nationalize various industries and companies and to take those assets for political patronage by say, okay, we're going to nationalize these food companies, and then we're going to distribute free food. That's economically inefficient. It tends to result in a lot of economic inefficiency, but it also results in a lot of political corruption. And corruption was a big problem in Venezuela. But people were already used to the idea that, oh, because we can simply rely on oil money to keep the economy afloat, nationalize a few industries to buy off the poor, and not actually try to make a system where ordinary people can compete, get an education, and become productive workers and investors. They didn't reform the economy to allow people to compete. They just decided to rely on an oil company and siphon that off to support a massive series of state-run companies. So it didn't seem all that strange to go from a bunch of state-run companies in the non-oil industry to taking the state-run oil company and using more money from it to subsidize various social programs and political factions, rather than just reinvest it to make sure the economy keeps on going. And that was a problem before Chavez took power. When Chavez took power, a lot of what he did was destroy the legal system. And it got to the point where the Supreme Court in Venezuela would say that the president had more authority than the elected legislature. And he put convicted murderers onto the Venezuelan Supreme Court.
Jesus.
So there were also, so the state-run media companies quickly became propaganda outlets for the Chavez clique. And then there are attacks on independent media companies. So what little privately owned companies and news outlets existed were under constant political and legal pressure. And then the gangs, several gangs were recruited to serve as militias to go and intimidate political opponents, murder political opponents, etc. So a lot of criminals became part of the Chavez coalition, and it just got worse with Maduro. So one thing that became very common in Venezuela was people on a scooter attacking people and running away. That was a common way of committing crime. We're seeing that in the United States now.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the prisoners convicted of actual criminal crimes got released and sent to America.
That's fucking. I'm just taking all that in because, like, again, just paralleling it with the United States of America, and it's like thinking of the far left and all these jihadists and Antifa and the releasing of criminals from prison in the United States, and now it's just like all these far left organizations are filled with pedophiles and people who've killed. And I'm not saying it's like the entire majority, but when you fill your fucking groups with tweakers and drifters and homeless and people straight out of jail and prison, and you don't want to take the time to ask them about their background, you just want to get the results because you know they're a powerful voice or they're a violent, forceful person. It's like, that's how this shit happens.
And yeah, a lot of criminals end up causing chaos for their own sake because that's an opportunity to loot and steal. Mm-hmm. Now, back when it was Chavez and Maduro gaining power, they could use criminals to inflict that chaos to disrupt the civil society that was trying to form a major opposition movement. But now that the opposition is gaining power, a lot of these criminals are attacking government Maduro forces. Criminals are in it for themselves, not necessarily for any given side.
Yeah.
And in Bosnia, one of the things that sparked the bloody civil war was criminals shooting into crowds of protesters. And in Mexico, various factions paid criminals to go murder protesters. It's not a new phenomenon.
I think we're about to start seeing that real soon. A lot of the people that were saying before that Trump was going to get assassinated, one of the things they're saying now is they're like, all right, false flag terror attacks. They're like, look out for people getting shot up at churches, look up for agents or criminal gangs or terrorists coming in and wiping out a moth. It's just like the time to bust that one out is fucking right now. It's just like
So,
nothing's off the table to these people.
well, a bunch of these people are psychopaths. They do not feel any sense of reciprocal empathy for other people.
And it leads people to like the craziest links. Like one of the things that really opened me up to like Venezuela, like so my husband's really into RuneScape, right? You know what RuneScape is? It's an old online MMO. I think it even came before World of Warcraft. It's like really old school graphics and it has just this really nostalgic music and it was never really my thing, but a really grindy World of Warcraft. It's a lot of point and click. And its economy parallels the real world economy. And I'm economically retarded. That's why I wound up in Antifa. So I'm not going to profess to know everything. But whenever my husband would explain it to me, because he does know the ins and outs of that type of thing, basically was explaining to me how all these people in Venezuela, like kids, adults, old people, didn't really matter, were creating these farms to go into RuneScape because you can make real life money from a lot of their products and would get so intertwined into the RuneScape economy doing what they're doing, just trying to make pennies or a dollar, that so much of it was happening that whenever Venezuela was going through points of turmoil, the RuneScape economy would actually crash because shit was getting artificially inflated or they were creating new products that weren't there and hacking the system. Like stuff that's way over my head, but like the way he was explaining to me, it was like the level of desperation is people around you are dying, slaughtering, drug addicted, gangs killing. You're on the verge of civil war, and your only way to get by after working a job or two throughout the day is to go steal on RuneScape and make what you can just to get by. It's like you have violent criminality and then you have like that type of stuff happening simultaneously to where it's like these people are desperate.
Malnutrition, I mean, just let's see, that was back in 2017. 2017, I talked to someone who had fled Venezuela, and he was talking about the malnutrition getting very bad. And it was now sometimes you have people digging around in the dumpsters of restaurants hoping to get some cheap food here. Well, in Venezuela, that would be a luxury. There was an extreme shortage of food for people who weren't part of the politically favored groups. And the government would distribute food, but they would distribute it to their supporters. So trying to buy food on the black market was a very important thing. People couldn't afford medication, they couldn't afford. So the result was that a lot of people ended up fleeing because even former government supporters, because they just couldn't reliably get food.
Food's a weapon. What's the old saying? You're only ever 3 days away from a revolution.
3 skipped meals from anarchy.
Yeah. Like, it's why the homeless while out. You know, they're hungry. Half of them would buy drugs before they bought food. Like, you know, my situation is way less severe than a Venezuelan, but like the past year and a half, I've apparently developed an eating disorder. Whereas when I was younger, I used to stress eat and I was almost 300 pounds. It took me close to maybe a year of having symptoms of just not eating anything for like 2 to almost 3 days before I would like have to force myself to eat, that I realized I even had it. And over time, I'm like, okay, my mental state is getting foggy. I feel weaker. I feel wobbly. There's just a lot of things that now that I got to deal with. So now I'm thinking of that and amplifying it like times 100. And for a prolonged period of time, because at least I have the luxury of like, as soon as I can drag my ass to do it, go to the doctor, research some nutrition, figure shit out. It's not like I'm in this like place that I can't dig myself out of. But for them, it's got to be like torture, day in and day out. Like, I don't know, and add drugs on top of it. The last time I was ever like this was during my cocaine phase. Now I don't have cocaine as an excuse, but you add drugs on top of that type of shit, it's like the human psyche is a very, very, very fragile thing, and it will snap and it will make you do insane fucking things to survive. Whether, I don't know. It really scares me for these people, and especially for the kids too, who haven't like had the life experience yet to know how to even remotely handle that mental anguish and that stress. You know, people who can't be like, okay, well, at least when I was a kid, things are better, and I can think back to when I was a kid, and they don't get that.
A huge chunk of the young population in Venezuela joined gangs because that was the only way to reliably stay safe and eat. So crime is a huge part of Venezuelan life.
And it's sad because, like, in America, you have all these kids that they think they need to do these types of things to survive. They think they need to do these type, and not all across America, because places like, you know, Detroit, we all know the cities where there's gangs, where there's a lot more to the story. But like, if we want to talk about like suburbs, or I'm sorry, even places like Portland and Eugene and Oregon, or the need to join Antifa to protect yourself from the greater force that is the right. Like, or you see these wannabe gangster kids around here, and they're wearing their do rags and their chains, and they're just like, oh yeah, yeah, and it's just like
The
it does.
romanticizing it.
Yeah, it don't hit the same as when I was like actually growing up around fucking gangsters in fucking Odessa, Texas, where it was like, oh, you're here for a fucking reason. Now it's like, you think you're here for a reason, you think you're this character, you think you're living under these conditions, but you're really not. And it just, I mean, it leaves us focused. Oh, it's just fucking retarded. It's fucking retarded when people are actually out there having to struggle and fight to get by. And I don't know. I'm really hoping that that's something in American culture we can like simmer down if it doesn't become Venezuela, is de-romanticize gang culture. Is because it's not fucking cool. The music's great, the drugs are fucking good. I'm not gonna sit here and be like drugs are horrible. Drugs are some of the best thing on this goddamn planet. That's part of the fucking problem. They're too good. But that's not, it's not healthy. It's the type of shit that makes you want to wave around a gun and say fuck the police. It makes you want to set a trash can on fire. Like, I've seen white kids wanting to be gangsters do some of the worst shit that black people wouldn't even consider doing. You know, black people that actually are gangsters. And then you talk with like old school gangsters that are like 40, 50, 60, maybe 80 years old. And then you talk to a 20, 30-year-old gangster who's out in the streets and everybody knows his fucking name. It's like, dude, you are borderline inbred fucking retard.
I
Whereas,
mean, there's a difference between being a criminal because you want money and being a criminal because you want the social life of it. And a bunch of older criminals, they were actually there to get money. It was a risk reward calculation. They wanted to have a luxurious life, and crime was a way to do it. Nowadays, you've got a bunch of people who are trying to mimic the criminal life of the past, but they're not doing the kind of calculations a sane criminal would. They're either committing crime to look tough, or they're just engaged in such risky behavior that they're completely stupid.
yeah. And part of me wonders if that's because we don't teach these kids. I mean, respect is obviously something missing from the younger generations for sure. But in terms of respect, like, I can respect a Tony Soprano like figure, someone with a sense of family, with a sense of operation, with a sense, again, the traditional old school type of gangster that's just running his shit. It doesn't mean I want to get involved in the organization. It does not mean I want to necessarily break bread with this person or have a whole conversation about what's going on in the dark corners and the people hanging up in the meat freezer. But I can see that as a type of human being I will never be, I will never understand, I can never operate along that caliber, and without admiring it, I can respect it. So when you tell these kids that there's nothing to respect about these types of things, but then they see the achievements, they see this whole world, I feel like if we could teach kids to respect the right things, respect without falling. How much I'm trying to explain this in a way that doesn't, because you don't want to condone villainous behavior. You don't want to condone criminality, but you want kids to look at it in a realistic way. Like, one of the reasons I don't want to engage with criminal behavior or these types of groups is because I've met these people and I have enough respect and fear of these types of people to where I just want to keep my world separate. I like to talk about this type of thing, but I keep my world separate. But whenever these kids don't have that respect or that fear for that thing, they want to gravitate towards it because they think, well, I know more about it than the people telling me not to know anything about it do. Therefore, I'm going to go all in. That way I can teach them and I can bring forward the results that'll be like, see, fucking told you. Whether that's just me getting money or me feeling like I'm on top of the world, I was right and you were wrong.
Here's the way I saw it as a kid. Unorganized crime is worse than organized crime. Because you've got a crackhead who's basically beating people up near your apartment building. That's unorganized. The mafia, they're organized. If one of their people starts drawing too much police attention or getting people in the neighborhood angry at them enough that there'll be witnesses, that guy gets yanked back and told not to do that or else. I mean, both unorganized crime involves a lot of violence and intimidation and killing, as does organized crime. But organized crime seemed like it was more responsive to incentives to get them to back off from the worst of it. Yeah. However, then you've got places where the mafia was totally dominant, like Calabria in Italy. Where's the young people there? Gone. They can't start a business there without getting ground into the dust by the mafia. The mafia-controlled politicians end up running the city into the ground to the point that even if the mafia was leaving those individuals alone, the system was so dysfunctional that young people can't make a living in the mafia-controlled places. They have to go elsewhere. So organized crime can destroy entire cities and regions in a way that disorganized crime cannot. Now, disorganized crime is traumatizing. There's a number of studies on the anxiety disorders, major depressive disorder, PTSD that a bunch of people get, and young kids exposed to violence end up having a little damage to the frontal lobe that's involved in things like response inhibition.
Yeah.
So young kids exposed to a high crime environment are somewhat traumatized and brain damaged. So disorganized crime traumatizes individuals, but tends to leave societies operating poorly, but it's possible to grow beyond what a totally controlling mafia environment would do.
And it's so scary. It's like in the case of pulling back, it's like you can almost liken organized criminality to God. Like, if a guy's coming at you with a hammer, the guy who doesn't believe in God is going to fucking slaughter you. The guy who does believe in God, there might be a voice that pops up in his head and tells him not to. Maybe that's not the best analogy, but the religious have something that can at least pull them back in certain times, whereas the disorganized thinkers, or the godless, we'll call them in this case, they've already just solidified what they're going to do. They're in control of their destiny. They're in control of their fate, and you can just fuck off. And the trauma.
So
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
it may be interesting to pay attention to, what is his name? Michael Franchese. Let me just double check that. Yep, Michael Franchese. He used to be a mafioso back in the 80s. And he stole something like $100 million worth of tax money.
Oh, Jesus.
So he was he wasn't the highest ranking guy, but he brought in a lot of money for the mafia.
Mm.
However, he was proud to be in the mafia, but eventually now he's observed that, hey, he's the only semi-functional guy in his family that grew up. So his father was a tough guy for the mafia. He ended up being a pretty decent father to Michael, but all the other kids, all of Michael's siblings became drug addicts or otherwise having a lot of mental problems. So the lifestyle was highly destructive for a lot of the people associated with it. So it's the criminals, the organized crime people, seem to be fairly functional. I mean, some of them are clearly psychopaths, but they could at least hold down a conversation, hold down a job, seem kind of functional. But a lot of the people around them seem to be destroyed by it.
And it makes me think of like shit like Black Lives Matter. The people at the top, they look a lot fucking happier and well off than the people at the bottom. Like the people in Antifa look like you just dragged them in off the streets and they're cross-eyed and bruised and they're mugshots. And then people like Patrice O'Neill, well, she's fucking sitting pretty now, ain't she?
It's a it seemed like a transparent grift at the time, but it's just amazing how the politics let people get away with it.
And they should. And the scary part is if someone like Trump comes in and is like, okay, now we're gonna hold Black Lives Matter and Antifa accountable, they're gonna go dictator, dictator, dictator. And I mean, regardless, accountability has to be had. I'm sorry, I want to see that bitch in jail for buying a mansion. I want to know where the money that I was donating to this group that we were getting from people on the streets fucking went. I want to know city by city, town by town, what happened, the people involved, how they were connected to the people at the top, to what degree government agencies were involved. Like, we can't, that's the thing, we can't let him get away with it. It can't just be let it move on. Like, I don't want to see him fucking move on. If that means that I fucking would have to drive my ass to DC to sit in a courtroom one day to be like, hey, this is what I know and this is what this does, I would sell these motherfuckers out in a heartbeat. Because these people need to go to jail. People need to be investigated. And that the longer we drag that process out, the worse that shit's gonna get.
I mean, even at the best of times, civil cases tend to take a long time. We're in what, year 11 or 12 of one case about FAA controller candidates.
What's that one about?
Brigida v. United States Department of Transportation, started in 2012. Still ongoing.
Wait, did you say the Department of Transportation was invented till 2012?
No, they're being sued because of stuff the FAA did in 2011.
Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. I was just like, damn, that's more recent than I thought. The Department of
So
Transportation is just shady as fuck the more time goes on. Like the things they're willing to overlook and the things they're willing to say. And I'm sorry, I will never forgive Pete Buttigieg when asked why did you want to be the head of the Department of Transportation, literally talk about how he met his husband on a train and nothing. I met my husband at a burrito joint. Should I go run a fucking burrito joint? No. Like, what are we talking about here?
I mean, the guy's a moron,
Yeah.
but yeah, the Department of Transportation has been administratively neglected for a long time, and a lot of incompetent people have been allowed to be in charge of it. And that's true of both Democratic administrations and Republican ones. Elaine Chao was also not a very good manager.
I mean, there's definitely a managerial crisis. I like that that's been one of Jordan Peterson's tacklings lately. I've been noticing he's been mentioning more in his podcast is the managerial crisis, the incompetency crisis in people of positions of power. Because, again, it's like talking to you. He's detailing a lot of the same points, and I'm just thinking it in terms of my workplace and the workplace of other people around me. There's got to be a big focus in this country on what makes a good manager. Like, how do you properly manage? And I mean, there's a whole psychology to that, it turns out, and it's really fascinating the way a lot of this works. Like, but it has to be like commonly understood. But I think that a lot of people do understand it. It's just a lot of the workplace politics and a lot of the fear prevent them from acting on it.
Well, I mean, one of the common suspicions is that a lot of the political recriminations and DEI stuff was just a way of just a way for incompetent people to squeeze out the competent people, because otherwise they weren't going to get major positions.
Yeah. It's one thing that I see at my workplace is all of the workers that were there for years within the course of the last few months have completely filtered out. You only have newbies coming in. The people that come in that actually know something only last a couple of weeks because they throw their hands up in the air and then they storm out. And it's with love to my managers, but there's been some managerial problems that are being addressed, but only after a lot of chaos has ensued. And then you have the owners coming in to talk to the people about the chaos, specifically about the managers. And you have half the people that are unwilling to open their mouth. Just half-ass measures. People are like, they come in, you can tell they don't care. They don't want to fucking be there. The people that own the store never want to actually be at the fucking store. And, there's a lot of good people hanging on, but a large part of the crew are fucking retarded. And those people aren't watching my podcast, so I feel fucking fine saying that, but it's like, I work back of house. So back of house, from people where I talk to, back of house people tend to stick it in more because they're a little more rugged. They're a little bit more the fuck you, joking around, buddy buddy type, a lot more the hard ass crowd. Those people will stick in the longest at these places, but it's the people they have coming in through the front.
I will say that interacting with customers adds a certain special stress that you don't have back of the house.
Yes.
And that extra social stress, I can easily burn out people who are not naturally inclined to certain emotional behaviors. I mean, some people really love interacting with new customers, and they love being a social butterfly, and they can smile, they can fake a smile easily.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do that. Now I can say, "Have you been served?" But that may not get the nicest reaction from Americans.
Yeah. I learned it was case by case for me because when I worked in a cafe and it was just old people, I was a social butterfly with the old people. I'd go table to table, even though I was a dishwasher, and I'd like pre-bus and I ask them how they were doing and catch up with the ones that I knew on a regular. And then I get to Subway, and it's just, I wanted to fucking slap them all, and they all wanted to fucking kill me, and it was just a hate
The
relationship all the way
customers are the
through.
fellow workers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, each place is different, and you have a lot of pathological management in some of those places. I know someone who works at a franchise not completely dissimilar from Subway's, and he's convinced that a bunch of these people, if they weren't working at that restaurant, they'd be in jail.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Or just yeah. And you know what the funny part is that in those jobs, it's the ones that have gone to jail and wound up at those jobs or coming back. Those are usually some of the better workers.
Agreed. You have a degree of structure in prison and sometimes even in jail. And if people adapt themselves to that structure, and then they have a sense of seriousness when it comes time to do the grunt work of a restaurant.
Yeah.
But people who aren't used to the grunt work, the BS can just drive them away before they get used to it.
Yeah. And let that be known to a lot of y'all parents out there. Early 20-year-olds who are coming in after spending a couple years or year or two in jail to the workplace are better structured than the 17 to 18-year-olds y'all have pumping out and are sending into the workplace. That's a problem. That's a real fucking problem. I would rather work with someone who spent time in prison. In fact, again, those are my favorite coworkers. The ones who spent 3 or 4 years in the fucking system and X amount of years on parole and who fucking damn near killed a motherfucker on 5 occasions. They do their job. They're friendly. They stick it out. It's kind of what it is. These college kids are fucking brats, and I hate to say it, but like they're brats, and
I don't
parents don't want to
disagree.
parent. And I
I
think
mean,
a lot of sorry, go ahead.
I glanced at some of the college work other people are getting. Some stuff that I saw in other people's college work was simpler than I was doing in middle school. So it's not
Oh
really
yeah,
that they're getting a serious education there. It's that they're basically being babysat for a few extra years to soak them of their tuition money, while just pampering them from the administration standpoint to keep them quiet. But then they're a target of all sorts of merchandising campaigns, advertising, political propaganda, and people who aren't spending their time doing serious studying then have a lot of free time to waste getting stupid.
yeah. And one thing I hear from the college students a lot here is, "Oh, I should probably be studying. Oh, I should probably be doing this. Oh, I should probably be doing this." And it's always, "Oh, I should probably. Oh, I should probably. Oh, I should probably." And it's like, yeah, no, if you're paying all that fucking money, yeah, you probably fucking should. And in the terms of like what I seen, so like middle school, right? So I went to middle school in North Texas. So homework was starting to get to be a little bit more. It wasn't completely over encumbering, but I kind of looked at the high school and I was like, okay, more work's coming. Because I could see like the homework loads from other people. So I finally get into high school. I have 1 year in high school in North Texas where I'm starting to get that more of that homework. And then I go to South Texas for the remainder of my high school years to where your homework is whatever you don't finish in class. That is basically your homework for every single class. Whatever you don't finish in our class, that became like the new class policy is you take that home because so many students weren't finishing their work in the classroom, which was usually just like 1 or 2 pages, like back to back of whatever, that you would take that home. So like history, I I was good enough at history to where like I would read the chapter and then I would fall asleep in history class because my dad was keeping me sleep deprived at home. I could at least retain the knowledge, go to sleep, wake up, pass the test, do the homework, fill it out, send it through. So that was fine. But for math, I didn't know jack shit about math. So, I mean, I ultimately just wound up cheating because I didn't want to go do the homework. But just all these different classes, you know, to where it was. Then you get into college without lingering too much on that, and it's the same thing, if not less. By this time, I was going to college in Waco. So these are different towns, different cities, different policies, but like I just kind of watched the gradual dumbing down regardless of where I went. To where, I mean, college, by the time I got through a semester or two, I was just like, I would rather just go do cocaine and Xanax than not feel like I'm getting anything. Or the time that I did want to spend educated, I would go sit in the library because the college had a really fun library, but none of it was applicable to what I was doing in the classroom. So a lot of it was just knowledge I felt like I couldn't do anything with.
And I mean, I went to the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, and it was possible to get a good education there, but you had to search it out. And the first part was word of mouth, trying to find good professors and basically stick to them for as much as I could. And the second part was spending a lot of time reading on my own. So I did sometimes skimp on some of my classes, but I read books on things like the rise of military contractors, aka mercenaries. I read about various wars going on at the time. It was an opportunity for a lot of independent reading, not just getting bored silly in some of my classes. But I did, because I found the right professors, I managed to find a way to get much more interesting classes than I would normally get. But I still ran into people who were just dumber than a box of rocks. But they also did seek out the interesting classes.
Yeah. I think I've made a education decision. I'm not going to do it this year, but have you seen anything yet for Peterson Academy?
No.
Jordan Peterson and a bunch of these other YouTube professors, Brett Weinstein, Heather Heyer, I think, are getting on it. A lot of these people that have left these institutions are getting down for Peterson Academy, which is basically going to be online courses. I think annually it's like $450. And you
Okay.
get all these like podcast lectures, interactive series. Like they said they're working on accreditation, I guess, because part of the accreditation process is they want to make sure that they're able to vet what they're teaching isn't ideologically based. So they're pretty honest. They're like you're probably not going to get accredited right off the bat. And I'm just kind of looking at like, I don't care about accreditation. That was kind of my thing with going into schooling anyways, is I just want to learn. I just want to meet interesting new people. I just want to get new life skills. And just the roster and the lineup that they had ready to go. I think this is going to be the first year this fall. I think there's still like a month or two for people to apply if they want. Again, $450. If I weren't moving right now, I would be jumping on it. Like, it seems like it could be a really fun place to start and maybe even get closer to some people that I want to have a conversation with having doing this prior.
That makes sense. I mean, there's some wonderful lectures online already, like Professor Donald Kagan's. Donald Kagan, yes.
I
His
have one of those saved.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
the one you mentioned last time. I can't remember the name of it, but I have it ready to go. I just need to watch it.
okay. There's also the great courses. So they put a bunch of their stuff up on Audible. So there are a bunch of great lecture series from Audible that you can get via Audible, but it's produced by the Great Courses. And the Great Courses tries to be nonpartisan. They try to have good professors, and a bunch of their stuff is pretty darn interesting, like the history of strategic thought.
Ooh.
There's a series on Machiavelli by William R. Cook, who has another series on de Tocqueville.
On what?
De Tocqueville. So there's a very famous political commentator, Alexis de Tocqueville, who a couple of decades after the French Revolution ended up touring America and giving his analysis of American society.
Wasn't he the one who was just like, it's a good thing you guys can't comprehend it because you can't possibly imagine the hell that would await you, and everyone just kind of like look at him half-ass about what he's saying about communism? Or is that a different person?
That does not sound like him. This was
okay. I'll click on the off then.
However, Alexis de Tocqueville accurately predicted that America, as a society that valued liberty, would eventually be in conflict with Russia, a country that valued autocracy. So when the Cold War happened, he was treated like a prophet.
Makes sense.
So there's a lot of great courses out there. And I used to listen to some of those courses on my iPod when I was doing things like running or exercising.
Yeah, it's like that's kind of my thing. It's like I'll still watch TV and movies, but like for the most part, my daily consumption really is just podcast and lectures and interviews and historical footage. It's probably like 90% of my intake now, to where it really is all starting to feel like an education. Like the new video that I just dropped where I just read some satanic Nazi shit. It's like, I want to kind of use the channel as a way to practice to make sure that I'm still engaging in my reading, because I just got off 8 weeks of smoking again, and now I think I'm a week or two off the cigarettes. But that entire time I quit reading again. So it's like I still have some weak spots that I really want to like iron out and strengthen, and kind of use the channel as my advantage to like get an education, help teach others, kind of help share what I know. But it's really fun that if you know where to look, education is becoming vastly more accessible. And if we could just use that right, that'd be a real threat to the institutions and the powers that be. Because a lot of people, sorry, go ahead.
There's some scans of old books up on archive.org. So a couple months ago, I read a book on the history of lynching up on archive.org. So it was published in 1905. So you get a perspective that was before the pattern of lynching in the 1920s and 30s, and then in the 1950s. So it's an interesting historical piece because it shows you attitudes from that time and how they perceived it at the time, without the modern political assessment of it.
Yeah, because like it's hard to like learn about things through a historical lens when it's just like, oh, this is racist and it's horrible and it was brutal and we should know never to do that again. It's like, yeah, I know, but I just want to learn about it without the interjection, without the pussyfooting, without the trigger labels or the trigger warnings and the labels.
And in 1905, the author thought lynching was definitely a bad thing, but a lot of it was about the white people being lynched, not the modern mindset, which is that it was only black people. So in the Revolutionary War, people who supported the British government rather than the revolution were sometimes subject to lynch law, a drumhead court-martial by Colonel Lynch. Then there were a bunch of
abolitions. It was literally Colonel Lynch?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Lynch law was named after him.
Never knew that.
And then you had a bunch of abolitionists getting lynched in the antebellum South. And various legal wrangling about, okay, is lynching legal or illegal? And that was a trickier question at the time than it is now. But it was one of those things that finally got really kind of resolved by the 1880s when police departments became routine.
See, like, that's the kind of, like, nuanced avenue of thinking we need when thinking about these types of things, because America's just kind of turned lynching into just like this anti-black lynching porn. It's just like they want you to see the sweats and the moan and the blood and the whoop-ah, whoop-ah, and they want you to see the anger and Whitey turning red. And it's like, okay, yes, and those need to be addressed, and those were atrocious things. But historically speaking, humans get lynched, humans get enslaved, humans find themselves in these predicaments regardless of color. And yes, color, these things are important depending on the context, and I'm not going to sit here and be like, the Irish were enslaved too. I'm not going to be that type of motherfucker with it. I'm just going to say it like,
Humans are nasty to other humans. It is by the grace of God and a lot of luck that some societies aren't as horrible to each other as others.
mm-hmm.
It took a lot of hard work to not be a chaotic, anarchic society in which lynching was the only way to maintain order.
Yeah. And where there's places where lynching is an acceptable place of maintaining order? Africa.
In
There's
large part because the police there are quite often useless and corrupt.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that to make it like a racial point. I'm making it a
But
point to
it's
say, like, if people care
human
about their
beings.
home country and like all these racial issues, it's kind of like it feels like people in this country get spent more time like being attacked for something they weren't a part of, to where it's like, okay, well, there's people over here in this place you really care about. If you want to get involved in some foreign affairs, I don't know. It feels so shitty to know that like everywhere else in the country or the world, this type of shit is happening so brutally, and meanwhile we can just all go to Starbucks bookstore and bitch about it.
And then we're also starting to see the rise of mob justice in the U.S. So there was a guy who murdered a few people, and he was arrested by the NYPD. But there was a mob of people who wanted him turned over to them so they could deal with him. People no longer trust the police and the courts to maintain order and exact justice, so they want to do it themselves.
Or did you hear about what happened at that mosque? It was either yesterday or the day before. I can't remember where it was. Maybe San Francisco. I'll look into it and plug it. But there's these two Muslims getting out of their car, walking to the mosque, and some guy walked up with a gun behind him and started popping shots at him and his friend, and basically went at him execution style, and I think ran off.
Murder?
Yeah. It's just so
There's a
murder in the
breakdown.
public square.
There's a breakdown of trust in society. So sometimes people do what they think will protect themselves, but which quite often just makes things worse.
Yep.
By making the police and the courts ineffective at maintaining order, you've basically created a spiral of violence.
What did you think about the destroyed Statue of Liberty and the Marie Antoinette severed head at the Paris Olympics? Let's take all the gay shit out of it for a minute, because
I
everyone's
didn't
talking
watch
about
it.
that.
I didn't watch
Is
it.
I watched just the clips. So they had Gojira, which is a heavy metal group, come in, but I think it was like, I don't know if it was a set or the actual building, but they're sitting in there and they're like holding her bloody, dripping head in the window while flames come up. And then at one point, there's a destroyed Statue of Liberty in the background on top of the Last Supper and the blue man with his testicles hanging out. It was like the revolutionary shit sprinkled in there. That's what got me.
I saw a photo of it. I don't know the context, whether it was being celebrated, condemned, or just remembered as part of the history of France.
Well, I just see it mixed in with all the sexual attitudes, with all of the LGBTQ plus queer Marxist shit, with the religious degradation. They had a white horse running on water. They had a mechanical white horse running across the water like the horse of the apocalypse. And they had the Last Supper, but they mixed it in with Greek mythology and had Dionysus come in. And there was a man painted in blue, and his testicles were hanging out under the leaf in full view. There was a child sitting next to the trans kid or the drag queens. What else was there? There was a three-way commercial for the Olympic villages where they were all rubbing up on each other and getting sensual, and then the camera zooms in on them at the door in the villages, and then one of the queers just like and shuts the door. My mom, she's the one who like let me know of it because I was working, and she's like, "I'm boycotting the Olympics," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Because my mom almost went to the Olympics before she got pregnant with me. She was one of the top gymnasts in Odessa, Texas, so like she was consideration to actually go be a part of that. So for her to say that, I was like, "What the hell happened?" And she described the three-way commercial came on, and she had to get up and cover my sister's eyes and like turn off the TV, and she's just like, "I just wanted to see Celine Dion today." And the whole thing, it was just sex and nudity and Satan. And then again, you have the sprinkle of the revolution shit in
And
there under the guise of heavy metal.
there's also men claiming to be women boxing against actually women boxers.
Oh yeah, and this is the first Olympics in history where the men and the women have been statistically arranged so there's an equal number. Yeah, this is basically the first full-blown communist Olympics, at least to me. I don't pay attention to the Olympics, but this is the first time I've ever seen anything so.
Look, my uncle was an athlete under communism. I think he was at the European Athletic Championships or something like that, or World Athletic Championships. I don't know. But here's the thing: communist athletes were striving to get glory and records. Trying to have same numbers would be kind of ridiculous because that wasn't the objective they were going for. This is just stupid. This isn't even communism. This is just managerial stupidity.
Yeah. And I mean, let's talk about where this is taking place too. Paris, France, that has been engaged in a series of race riots and terroristic incidents and chaos. And I do. Sorry, go ahead.
Several of the train lines going into Paris were sabotaged.
Yep,
and
sorry.
Security nightmare. The government could not keep the lights on. They couldn't maintain the train routes. The French government showed that they could not control the situation in the city.
I can tell you what I think it is. I think it's an anti-religious psyop. Because I think you have the Muslims and the Christians are going at it in the streets. You had all the symbolism coming in. I can't be too sure, but it looked like the director that put together the whole queer Marxist Satan project looks like he might have been Muslim. Again, could be wrong. If I'm wrong, don't crucify me. But whenever the blackout happened, only one spot didn't get hit in the blackout, a church. And all the Christians online were like, this is a divine miracle. It's a sign. It's a sign. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in miracles. I believe in angels, heaven, hell, all that. I believe in it. I also believe that in the book of Revelation, we were told that a lot of signs would be made like they looked like God, but they would really be under the control of man. And, looking at it in terms of Facebook and social media too, a lot of these people are saying the same sentences and phrases in regards to it being a miracle. So in the same way that a lot of my generation is programmed to say a lot of the same things whenever a instance of social politics or a social injustice occurs, and they all start mimicking the same lines, the Christians have a tendency to do that under acts of miracles. So, like, if a Bible is left in a building after it's burnt to the ground and there's nothing else but the Bible, they'll all start to say the same types of things. If a cloud is in the shape of a cross, they'll all start to see the same types of things. That's one of the similarities between the older generation and this one. So whenever the church light went out, it's almost like there was an expectation this is how they're going to respond to it. Because I spent a lot of time on the religious channels, following a lot of the eschatology, revelations, different bishops and pastors. They are very much actively engaged in the last book of the Bible right now. Like, even myself, I don't see myself as being separate from the last chapter of this book. So it seems like the government's coming in and trying to toy with everybody's mind. And I think that what that's helping do is it's helping create a divide between the Christian and the Muslim community that otherwise would probably be coming together against the oppressive governments. Minus the migrant thing. That's a whole separate issue. I'm talking like local Muslims within local communities.
Maybe some of the local Muslim communities might join with Christians, but the pattern has been pro-jihad Muslims and Muslim criminals siding with the socialist parties in France, and pretty much everybody else running to the right-wing parties. And the Macron government is from an ostensibly right-wing party, but it tends to be more global business-oriented rather than law and order or cultural values oriented.
Yeah, because I look at him and I see more of an American Democrat whenever I think of Macron. To an extent, like, I don't know French politics too well, but when I see him, I see like a Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom type figure as opposed to someone like Bush.
He's not as transparently evil as Gavin Newsom.
He likes to sick the police on people, though. As a biggie.
Yeah, but that tends to be the French security services tend to be rather more aggressive than Americans.
Yeah.
And by rather more aggressive, I mean they don't get in trouble for beating people up.
No.
At the same
French
time,
footage is wild.
at the same time, there's a lot of crazy criminal behavior. And I mean, just 20 years ago, you had police patrols going into some neighborhoods at the platoon level. Stuff would be bolted to the floor because they didn't want it stolen. It was so bad that people would commit suicide rather than be transferred to work in some of those neighborhoods. Not because of the lack of physical stuff, but because the people are just so awful.
And what's fucked up is during the Black Lives Matter protest up here, everyone, myself included, we wanted to compare our situation to the situation in France. We wanted to compare our police force to the police in France. So while the mainstream media and all them weren't covering the French protests and revolts and all this shit, people in Antifa were. However, we were interpreting that. Again, I am so mixed up on French politics that in my head, anyone wearing a black mask and fighting a cop at the time was the good guy. And there was a lot of that. So,
and the French police are nowhere near as nice as American police. It's not kind of the jolly cop on the beat, or even just the uniform guy glaring at you. It's full blown counterinsurgency mindset right now. Mm-hmm. And it's been like that since the mid 2000s, when a bunch of Jewish people were murdered, and about half the Jewish population in France fled for Israel because the French government couldn't protect them.
Okay, this is something I'm ignorant to. Can you explain that one a little more?
Oh yeah, it was either the late 2000s or early 2010, in which a bunch of people ended up murdering some Jewish citizens. And because of all the press reaction to it, a few other people got the idea that they could do it too, and the result was a security spiral. It was dangerous to be visibly Jewish in France. And the result was that even with the government sending the military to guard synagogues and schools, there were still a lot of murders. So people fled for Israel.
I mean, here you have that happening now, but where are
Not on
where are
that
the Jewish
scale.
people going to fall? Well, not on that scale, but I mean, gradually getting there to where when it does get there in the
Yeah.
United States, where are these people going to go? The whole world is embedded in this Israel-Palestine thing to where it's kind of like the spots of refuge are gone. You know, it's there. One of the next things that I'm going to read on the channel, maybe not the very next one, but I have it lined up, is from the Islamic Antichrist, and there's a line in some Islamic piece that talks about the end of days and the Mahdi rising and the Muslims hunting down all the Jews, and the line goes something like, until even the trees will say, look behind me, there's a Jew, come and kill him. So where all the people, all the animals, all of society has cast out the Jewish people until not even even the trees will speak up and say, here he is, come, essentially come kill him,
Yeah.
as the symbolism. That's what they're pushing for. And we can't be a part of it because
a lot of this is a religious conflict. People don't want to admit it, but there's a huge religious component to the hatred of Jews.
and they've hijacked the non-religious because it's the non-religious feeding into this the most in this country. It's the atheist kids, it's the satanic kids, it's the new age witchy kids. They're the ones that are on and on about this Hamas shit and who don't understand the intertwining between free Palestine and, like, even the longer this goes on, like, my opinion, it's just kind of like watching the reaction from people within Palestine and what they're saying. No, they're pretty goddamn enmeshed, and there does need to be some sort of solution, but to the extent it's been given, these kids' solution is, well, they're gonna kill us, so we have to kill them. It's, you know, it's one of the reasons why in that Queers for Palestine video that I dropped on my channel, one of the first things I drop is that dude's phone call with the police down in Orlando, Pulse, is he's swearing himself to the Islamic State. And when pressed on why he's doing it, he's like, my people are dying. My people are dying. He starts to get shaken up and cracked in his voice, and you can tell. And you could tell in that moment, he's just like, I don't know what the fuck else to do to make you people see my pain and suffering. So I'm just going to fucking unleash. And when I do, expect there to be more, trying to get in their head and make them think that it was going to be bigger scale than it was. But I mean, 49 people died. And that's just one person. One person took out 49 people. Now imagine 2. Now imagine 3. Now imagine a social media group gets together and forms it all up.
And that's how terrorist groups get started.
Yeah, they're not going to work alone for much longer. I mean, Thomas Crook, he didn't fucking act alone. You know, I thought we'd start seeing a little bit smaller scale before we moved up to BlackRock recruiting kids, but here the fuck we are.
The Roman Republic was dying as a republic before Caesar took power. For decades, whenever people would go into the forum where politics was being conducted, there were assassins hiding in the corners of it to go murder their rivals when they could.
Jesus.
Powerful factions will oftentimes resort to political violence because they can. They want power enough that they will take the risk of murdering someone. And it's only a lot of scrutiny from other people and other factions that will prevent them from engaging in political murder. You can't be too optimistic about this stuff. Look, human beings have done some really awful stuff, and Americans are human beings.
and the mindset's just starting to go further and back in time. Like, again, the callousness, the cruelty. Like, I'm looking at some of these videos in the Middle East. Again, like the Sharia law video, I'm seeing some of these kids sitting there with the whips or with this like cold ass expression on their face, and I'm like, oh yeah, I recognize that expression. You can see it in some of the kids walking around here. It's the same red eyes, it's the same glazed over look, it's the same bruises and cuts that suggest a bunch has happened to you in a short amount of time. It's this bloodlust desire to kill type look, the I'll hurt anybody, fuck anybody, steal anything that I want mentality. It's starting to really get etched into people's faces and into their souls.
Yeah. And those sorts of people are easy to recruit into a violent organization.
Yeah.
Yeah. Broken people tend to be easy recruits for nasty organizations. And nasty organizations have an advantage because they can promise things that good people cannot promise.
Or threaten things that good people wouldn't threaten. Like in Thomas Crook's case, it's like, I'm sorry, when they showed up, that house was clean, fucking spotless. Was it a threat or was it a promise? I think is a big thing I want to know. For the parents, for Thomas, was it, we promise you something better will happen on the other end of this? Or is it, this is what's going to happen if you don't? I think that's an important question. Because I feel like at that point, it changes the psychology of what you're dealing with. It's still a malicious outcome. It's still gearing things in an accelerationist direction, but I mean,
I don't know about any alleged connections Thomas Crook or his parents had. But in Mexico and Colombia, organized crime would often say plata o plomo, silver over the bullet. And the result was that a lot of people buckled under that pressure. And it doesn't take a lot for similar threats to be exacted in other countries. And one of the ways the IRA used to conduct robberies was they would take an uninvolved person, threaten their family, provide them equipment, and tell them to go rob a bank.
The IRA is one of those that myself and other people I was with in Antifa looked up to without knowing really a damn thing about. I still don't know much about them, but I know enough to know that I was playing black and tans every fucking day. Like,
I mean, the black and tans were not nice people. They were not good people. But the provisional IRA, a lot of them were freaking psychopaths. One of the ways that they would make sure that marijuana dealers would turn over a cut to them was by taking a drill and drilling into the kneecap of the people who wouldn't pay them.
that's by any means necessary.
Yeah, by any means can be pretty freaking nasty.
And that, I mean, you think about the things that the leftists and the kids hear. I mean, I guess the public doesn't really hear them so often, but me having sat in these circles, the things you would do to a Nazi, right? I mean, the ways you would kill a Nazi. If you ran into a Nazi, oh, what you'd fucking do. and still maintaining those threats and getting angrier and more descriptive in those threats as time goes on. But as time goes on, the definition of Nazi becoming simultaneously broader and broader and broader, to where for us it's like, yeah, of course, if you saw a Nazi hanging a noose in front of a black man, gearing him up, ready to hang him in front of the Starbucks, you'd beat his ass for sure. And then that ends in we should kill people like Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump and waterboard them to death and all this crazy shit. So it's like the violent rhetoric gets there, but then the acceptability of who that would be permissible towards grows.
And we also saw that with the Nazis. So I can't remember what site it has, but there were letters from people who were Nazis writing to people outside of Germany. And one of the things that they were saying early on was, okay, we're just against Jews, not everybody else. And these people are Jewish, and they're only maybe X% of the population. So why do you care? And then their definition of Jew kept on expanding and expanding and expanding.
And they went through their purity spiral.
Well, they were already nuts, but
yeah.
They would initially justify their violent urges by saying it was only towards a select group of people. And then once they had justified that lust for violence, they let that category expand because it was a vaguely defined category.
And what's fucked up is I feel like the far left now, they look at the right in that sense. They look at them as Nazis. So take the detransitioners. The reason that a lot of these trans activists can't accept the detransitioners is because they look at them, I guess, as the vulnerable Jew, to where if they're right on this, if they get this, if they make headway on the detransitioner front, then they're going to broaden out to us, because then they'll have their aha, we got you moment. So it's like they're taking that thought process and that mode of being and misappropriating it for their own political means and saying this is what this actually is, when in reality it's the furthest thing from.
And a lot of younger people have internalized a message about the Holocaust that it was a pure product of hate rather than a product of various sociological processes and ways of assigning blame. So when they hear about the Holocaust, they're not thinking about, oh, how did the Nazis categorize people? How did they blame all their economic problems on a population group that had very little to do with it? What was the distorted nature of economic thinking? How did total government control enable them doing horrible, horrible things? They're not thinking of this as a sociological process that resulted in the government killing masses of people. They're thinking of it as just hate, as if hate explains everything.
Yeah, you know what also was a product of the death of all those people? Love. Love for their country, love for their families, love for their friends. It doesn't mean that love was directed in a good way at all. Anakin Skywalker turned into Darth Vader because he loved the wrong way. But like Man in the High Castle, those were one of my favorite episodes. Was where the head of the American Nazi, whatever, the main dude, he's sitting there with his family, and everything's fine and dandy. They wake up, they talk about school, have their breakfast, iron their clothes, do all their things, go to work. I love you, bye. Come home, I love you, have you been? Until his kid gets disease. And then he's forced to realize, like, oh, I have to put down my own son now. But when I look at that scene, I see love. I don't see he hated his kid or he hated the disease so much. Because at the end of it, it was like, I love my country, I love my species. But these people had hearts, and those hearts were twisted. But there's such a human element. That's why the older I get, and like especially the further away I get from Antifa, knowing people who were in white supremacy, one of the things I loved about them the most, that I met the ones that were former, was their hearts, because they were the biggest. And even some people who were in it still had the biggest love for their family you could possibly imagine. And you will do horrible things for the people you love.
That may be true of a lot of people called white supremacists now, but the historic Nazis, at least the top leadership, were analyzing things much more coldly. And people like Konrad Lorenz were claiming that civilized populations had become soft, and the weak had to be cold. It was not so much an act of love for individuals as it was a love of an ideal of greatness and power.
Absolutely, which is love in itself. And I just want to differentiate with that, because I guess I didn't beforehand too, which would be important. When I'm thinking of this, I wasn't thinking of like the Himmler type characters, the people at the top. I'm thinking more of like the average German family. That's an important distinction to make. So like, again, the bottom people, it's
That's
more of the
plausible.
people reading the newspapers, the people that are feeding into it without really knowing why the smoke's coming out of the chimney up the road. That's a little bit more of what I mean, as opposed to the organizational, we know what the fuck's going on here type people. So I guess I should make that a very, very clear distinction.
And that might be true to an extent. But one of the things that was also happening at the time was people were scared to ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
My mother was sent away to a sanitarium and she died 2 weeks later. What happened? Don't ask questions. So there may have been some love by lower level people, but the fear caused people to not ask questions that would get them in trouble with the government.
Let's examine this one a little bit. I want to see if I can bring some of my personal life into this one. So, and maybe we'll cut this one out, maybe not, depending on how it goes. So I've shared about how I have a family member who's trans, very close to me, trans identifying. The more time's gone on, the more it's very obvious that this kid isn't trans, autistic, lesbian at best, history of all sorts of trauma, no gender dysphoria diagnosis, would describe to you that they have gender euphoria now, not dysphoria. Kids of furry, all the things you can possibly think of for any standard woke trans kid situation, it's there. And I've been getting very fucking pissed because I've been blamed for it, even though I'm the only fucking one that's been fucking talking about it. Okay, we're gonna cut this one out. But I've been the only one fucking talking about it, and I'm the only one that's fucking come to terms with it. And it's scary, because it's gotten to where like this kid once got like 3 or 4 months worth of testosterone in 1 month. And this kid was seemingly about to back off the whole thing after realizing how much work it was, until the state of Oregon made it to where now it's free. So
How
now the kid
old
doesn't
are
have to
you?
work. 17 right now.
Okay, so their internal organs are probably still developing enough that a massive jolt of testosterone can have an effect on them.
And it's not even being properly applied, because whenever the testosterone was sent, they were told that they needed to go to YouTube or TikTok to learn how to inject it. And I've had multiple trans friends growing up. I've known many trans people. I've seen the process. I know how long it takes to start getting certain things. This kid ain't gotten them yet after, I think, 2 or 3 years of
No,
this.
dosage and application are the responsibility of medical professionals.
Yeah. So this is where my conflict. So this is where I start to think of the Nazi shit, and why it starts to get so fucking personal for me. Is I've been evaluating the situation. I've been working on it. Really, the best thing I can do is get out of this house. So we're dealing with permissive parenting, out the fucking ass. Janis Joplin level hippie is the mother. Completely detached, goes to all the concerts, all the 80s shows, all the rock, all the friends are tweakers, like takes no responsibility for her kid. Her partner likewise does the same, uses her not partner, as a tool, a means of work. Basically uses him as slave labor around the house, puts him to work on the yard, on the cars, on all these things, tries to put him to work on my husband and I shit, and I always tell her no because we don't want you using him like that. And as much as I don't want to fucking admit it, because I'm pissed at this fucking bitch, and this is cold, and this is heartless, and this is why I'm glad that this shit's getting exposed, because people like this do need to have CPS called on them. In a fucked up way, the love is what's blinding her. Because she's so goddamn... I don't even know. It's, when we talk about the white woman maternal instincts being hijacked. Yeah, okay, this is probably more different than the Nazis. Dude, this is one I need to talk to you about. I have been this is my day-to-day life. Again, I think I've told you before, this is a woman who slapped me for calling her a fairy. But she does love her kids. It's not that she doesn't love her kids, it's that the misdirection, the hijacking, her unwillingness to ask questions. If I have a podcast on this shit, she will freak the fuck out to where I've told her, you don't even live in the house, so you don't really get to control what I watch and what I listen to. She has slammed my
Women
podcasts.
seem to be more vulnerable to self-delusion than men.
Yes.
And there's been an experiment where I suppose you could call them white lies. Men were less, when testosterone was applied on men's skin, they were less willing to tell socially acceptable white lies. So there seems to be some psychological effects of testosterone that results in men being less inclined to lie in certain circumstances than women.
I've been dealing with so much fucking shit lately in regards to this. I know she ain't watching the podcast. I think I'm going to keep this up to be a learning lesson for people, because I mean, if we don't start sharing and talking about this shit, how the fuck are we going to learn about it? And I realize that this might actually be very different than the Nazi thing we were just talking about.
It really isn't. It really isn't.
So draw some of the similarities from your perspective. Like, let's deep dive this a little bit, because Lord knows I can listen to people talk about it day in and day out, but I don't really have that many people to talk to about this with, because it sounds so crazy that I think people think I'm making it up half the time. And it's like, no, I live with a transhumanist, with a trans kid who's actually an autistic lesbian, who's a furry. All of this shit is present in my house. I'm a far right conservative's worst nightmare, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the fucking nightmare. I want to escape the nightmare and so we can all heal from the nightmare together. But yeah, let's just dissect it a little bit.
The Nazis had an ideology built on certain biological claims. Nazi biology textbooks were their effort to convey their ideology to the general population. And they had a strong belief that there was an inescapable connection between the biology of people and their social behavior. And I mean, to some extent that's true, but the Nazis took that to the point of absurdity. Mm-hmm. They thought that they could predict that because 3 generations of a person's family were coal miners, they would be the perfect coal miner. They're idiots. They did not treat evolution as a thing that had a lot of potential and possibilities, and as something highly unpredictable. They thought it was, they didn't have a Darwinian idea of evolution. But that notion of the complete biological state of a person being unchangeable and being completely predictive was the basis for their ideology. One of the bases for their ideology. But there was also the idea, practiced by Mengele, that if you could change a person's biology, you could change their social behavior. Things like injecting dye in a person's eyes to make them blue-eyed. And it was scientifically nuts. But the scientifically nuts nature of it meant that it was clear to see who was a loyal adherent of the nut jobs in the party and who was adhering to something independent of them. Nazi doctors thought their responsibility was to the society and not to their patients. They did not have a moral line that they would cross and say, no more. What maybe this is true for the society as a whole, but I have to make sure that the person in front of me is healed. They did not think like that. So the way a lot of doctors now have twisted their conception of medical ethics has been good of the society before my duties to the patient. They are willing to hurt their patients for some abstract social goal.
I mean, yeah, that's literally everything we're fucking dealing with. And it's so fucking heartless, dude. Do you know where this kid's at? Because there was at one point when we started talking to you, the kid was on the other side of this room. You remember that story I told with Maria for Gays Against Groomers, if you heard it? I mentioned there was a person in my life who was a map and who enjoyed getting off in diapers and shitting and pretending to be, I think 3 to 13 was the age range she told me before I blew up on her. So that woman is my brother-in-law's partner's mother, who my brother-in-law now lives with and has for months. So this is where the scapegoating and the gaslighting and the bullshit comes in. It's my fault. It's my fault because so I was interested in gender dysphoria and these LGBT topics prior to moving in, right? So I didn't drop that. Even when I came in, I was like, okay, well, when I came in, I was looking at her. I was looking at her. And I was at the time like, you are genuinely trans. And I think that's because I had the blinders on because I didn't want to see that it would be someone so close to me. So I just kind of kept going with my shit. And the kid was actually opening up to me more than she was opening up to my mother-in-law. And I was actually feeling like a real connection on that because the kid was telling me things that were going on at the art school, like their ex-partner identifying as a shark, or the kids all going in furry suits, of which, you know, she decided she wasn't going to be one of those kids. And I think part of it was not wanting to be bullied, but there was also the sensible part that was just like, I'm going to school, I'm not going to dress like a furry. And then, wanted to do a furry suit building business, and I was like completely supportive of that because I'm like, yeah, you need a fucking creative outlet, you need a hobby. If that's your fucking hobby, go for it. Again, I'm a juggalo. Like, we fucking made peace with the furries a long time ago. Violent J's kid is a fucking furry. Like, there's a couple music videos that mesh the two together, and I'm like, you know what, that's cool, that's communities coming together. It ain't gonna be my thing, but like, do it. I think at one point I was even like, yo, make me one of those furry masks, but don't put the top layer on because the skeleton looks horrifying. But like, so like, I was like trying to like be a part of this kid's life because that's what family does. But not here, because it got to the point where when the non-binary friends and the queer friends started coming over, the clones, I soon came to realize, big group, like 5 or 6 kids, all queer, that there was a lot of red flags. So I started talking about the red flags and brought up my mother-in-law, and she's like, you guys
Okay,
were the what?
when you
Go
say
ahead.
queer, do you mean gay or lesbian, or do you mean
I mean,
straight or
these are all girls, all lesbian or bi, or maybe, yeah, lesbian or bi, but who have had multiple identity spirals.
do they know what that means? What lesbian means?
Nope, because my little sister-in-law sibling, it's hard with the gendered stuff, so if I get mixed up, people forgive me, but it's, for her, it's like you're a lesbian, like clear as fucking day. But the gay's been transed away, and this kid's getting fatter and has dropped out of school. While the mother was on a camping trip, I was the one who had to deal with the social worker coming from the school, and then being like,
living with a
and I don't care if the world hears this at this point. And there's only so much because I don't have proof other than word of mouth, where I literally said, "Get off my property, or I'm gonna
normally I would
bash your
say
car and
call
call the police."
CPS or call the cops, but
This is protected, dude. It's king. This because I don't have any evidence of her sexually abusing a child. Hey, if the FBI wants to take this and go check some hard drives, please. But there will be nothing that happens from this, because this is what the state of Oregon and these blue cities have protected. Even though I'm in a red city, which is Springfield, it's still connected to Eugene, which is blue city. Again, the only thing that divides us is a river, so we mostly have to adhere to the politics of Eugene. So, yeah. So this is where the blame comes in, is I have less time to spend on this earth than with my child and you, because of you. My child will die sooner because of you. My child lives with this person because she couldn't stand listening to what you were listening to, couldn't stand your interest, couldn't stand being challenged, didn't like the things you had to say about trans, started calling me a transphobe, even though when I initially approached the mother about this is what happened. She told me, and this is where my guilt came in. She said, you and my son, your husband, shut me down when we talked about this originally, because I was saying she might have been an autistic lesbian. And she said, and you two looked me in the eyes and said that is transphobic and that is not the way of thinking. And I told her, yes, you're right. We did say that. And I thought we had worked through it and we made a plan moving forward, because at that point it's like, okay, so what are we going to do now? Move on like nothing ever happened. That's what she did. She wouldn't spend time with her child, did not seek therapy for her child, and blamed me for everything. Kept bringing over a tweaker non-boyfriend who called her a pig and put hands on her, who this child was scared of prior to me moving in, who this kid never left her room. Room looked like a hoarder's nightmare, ordering Taco Bell and 7-Eleven every fucking day. Energy drinks out the ass, caffeine addict, now moving on to drinking and drugs, I'm sure. The partner at least knew the mother was a pedophile before started denying it after I had spoken with a therapist who I told may have gotten some people involved. But the kid then started to defend the mother. But before that, it was mom would call, hey, I'm outside. Fuck you, you dirty fucking cunt, you stupid fucking bitch. I'm all coming here, never fucking do shit for me. So that's where that kid lives now. Dropped out of school, promising to get her GED, I'm sure. And yeah, maybe I should share it, because I know this is what other people are dealing with too. And it's a fucking nightmare. And thankfully, after the people started patrolling our streets with guns, I convinced her to take her goddamn trans kid sticker off her fucking van. And I told her, look, even though I don't agree with it politically, I'm not saying this based off ideology. I'm just saying it because if I were an angry white supremacist and I walked by there, I'd take this house first. And that's when reality kicks in, right? When her life's in danger.
Right.
Just I live in this shit, dude. And
If
again,
I
it's just
10 years ago, I could not have believed your story. And I have met people who survived massacres. Having seen the past 10 years, that story is horrifying, but I can believe it.
and again, this woman does not believe she is human because she's let her trauma and her past. She's sober now off drugs. Thank God for that. Proud of her for that. But she never healed from it. And she believes that she is a fairy. Now, we all know how crazy I am. We know that I believe there is a race of aliens that we ultimately call the fairies. I believe they might even be presenting themselves in these light orbs. And the thing of my mother-in-law is she has many stories where she has had these light orbs visit her. And I don't deny those stories for a moment because they actually add up with a lot of the footage I've seen online to where I'm like, this is actually interesting. And part of me wonders if those experiences mixed in with her psyche, mixed in with years of drug abuse and trauma, and helped convince her on top of the current climate of transhumanism that she is a fairy. That is more than most people would be willing to give in this situation. But when I looked this woman in the eyes and I told her, your child is not trans and you are not a fairy, slapped right across the face. My own mother would never even do that to me unless I called her a cunt or kicked my
There's
dad in the dick or something. Like, it was very much a how you will not come through these doors. You will not break this reality.
that is that is a fundamental failure to that. That's the point at which self-delusion is no longer an annoyance. It is a threat to the well-being of children. That is not acceptable. I don't know what options you've got. And the situation in Oregon simply, the more I learn about it, the more horrified I am. But
And there's nothing to do. There's just my husband and I are trapped in this house with a delusional lunatic. A cat now fills the void. A cat has now lived in this room for weeks on end because the owner went homeless and she wanted to show how hopeful she was and take care of her friend because we told her, no, you're not moving in your coworker next door. You're not forcing a roommate on us after she tried to force a roommate on us as revenge for getting rid of her kid. It's like all we can do is go and save and work to do that, in which things are working. Again, that's why the tapestries back here is like all my books, they're moved to a front bookshelf. So when it's time to pack, they're a little easier. So like shelves behind me are barren right now. But it's a good thing I have things to live for. Otherwise, I'd blow my fucking brains out. Like, seriously. And I I know to people that's gonna sound so fucking dark, but this
no,
is
I
hell.
understand it. I mean, my reaction would maybe be a little more outwards directed, but I'm telling you, there's a lot of people who cannot understand the horror of that kind of situation. When they issue social policy, they can't understand the effect of it on people like your family. They don't get it.
They don't live in it because the hippies and the drug users and all of them, they're a dirty class of people. I mean, hell, we went to a fucking wedding where it was me, us, and some immediate family members, and we went to a wedding of rich people. And we did not know we were going to a wedding of rich people out in the vineyard, and they're talking like $1,000 tuxedos, and this guy owns this business, and this guy's on this football team, and this person got millions of dollars investing this. And we come in, and I'm wearing like a button up, and we're all looking like trash. And it was fucking noticeable. It was like all eyes were on us. Who the fuck are you gutter people? And it was actually kind of a funny story. So like, my gay was going off so hard that day. The wedding planner, you had 2 rows of seats, right? And then the aisle, pretty standard. And it was outside. So here's the rows of seats. Here's the canopy. A couple inches to the right or to the left, to where the only aisles available were in the rain because the rain was pouring that day. So we got to go sit our lowly asses out in the rain with a red umbrella that they provided to us. So I'm sitting here, here's the underside of the tent, here's outside, here's the water dripping off the tent, and here I'm holding the red umbrella trying to prevent it from dripping on my husband's grandmother. And these people are just looking at us like we're just like, it's like some Always Sunny shit. But the funny thing about that was watching how quickly the rich spiral, because I never really got to be in that environment. So to start, the bridesmaid, or the best man, he got so drunk that he fell backwards after making an ass out of himself a couple times during the speech, that he smacked the back of his head on a pile of bricks. And then later throughout the night, you're watching these rich fucks not share any of their fucking shit with it, but you know they're getting more and more coked out. They keep going to the bathroom, and you're just like, oh, I bet that's some good fucking shit. And you're like twitching a little bit, and you're salivating until they all start punching each other and screaming and getting into fights with their families. And the best man's been reactivated, and he punches his girlfriend in the face, and the groom has to come in and wrangle his ass. And I just kind of remember looking at that just like through a social experiment lens. I'm just like, knowing that everything that's going on in my life with this shit all happening simultaneously, I'm like, who's really the monsters? Who's like, we all have our own special brand of fucked up.
I've
But
seen
we
rich
could also,
people in I've seen rich people in DC, and they didn't behave like that. So I'm
it
wondering
was a fun wedding. It was a fun wedding.
I mean, if you like watching a fight, probably, but
My class of people does.
I mean, I'm wondering if the rich people in that area are that out of control. Maybe that explains why there's so many freaking problems in that area.
And, you know, to the family member whose wedding this is, if she ever happens to hear this, it wasn't the vast majority of the rich people. We'll just call it the loud minority of the group, but it was enough to carry the voices of all the others within the chaos. It was.
Yeah, it's not normal to punch people at a wedding or wedding reception.
Plus, one of the girls. It was so. But hey, then the groom came out and danced in a Speedo and broke down, so that was kind of fun.
Okay, also, that tends to be highly atypical. And why is he spending time dancing rather than quickly running away with the bride to find a hotel room?
Because we were celebrating. That came after. They were rich. They could afford a DJ. That came after. The pelting and the rice and the bubbles and all that, I think.
Okay.
I mean, my wedding ain't going to be that bougie. It's going to be a couple people out in the woods probably, but... But yeah, no. Oh yeah, we were talking about modern day eugenics and the hell that is my home before.
God. I
What's
mean,
the focus on that?
there's a bit of a conspiracy theory that may actually be that seems actually kind of plausible, that trans and kids sterilizes most of them, and because a lot of these kids are from broken families or have somewhat delusional parents, it has a eugenic effect. So there's also interesting situations where you have a poor, mostly black neighborhood with everything decaying except a well-funded gender transition center.
Mm-hmm. Planned Parenthood.
You ever get kind of suspicious about that?
I mean, Kanye sure did. And without any explanation, you just let people run with their own devices. Like, this shit's, it's driving people fucking insane. It's, and that, you know, this is why when we were talking the other week and I was talking about Oregon as a permissive parent and how I was worried I might be like putting a little bit too much of my personal life onto that stance. it's like, no, the more I live through this and the more I look at how the state of Oregon acts, I'm like, and then I look at all the other kids that were coming through and their parents are either permissive, dismissive, or abusive. They're all talking about their traumas and they're all genuinely pretty horrible. If some of these traumas are to be believed. But, you know, one of these kids was the kid I told you about once upon a time who casually told me their ex committed suicide and moved on like nothing happened. They all do their makeup together, their hair color together. It's all giggly. The room was filled with like pink and blue and teddy bears and stuffed animals mounted all over the like I was a gay guy. I hung out with teenage girls. These are teenage girls.
I mean, girls tend to go for the teddy bear and giggly stuff, but there is a point at which the fantasy overrides the ability to achieve the reality, and that seems to be what's going on.
And it's the symbolism and the sexism too, because like, you know why this kid thinks that he's a boy or she's a boy? Sharks. Enjoyed sharks
What?
growing up. So if you were to ask this kid, it would be because it's more interested in boy things than sharks. Here's the real story, and this is where it gets weird because again, this kid's a furry, right? So I know it's not the word. We'll call it animalism for the moment. There's the with that and the sharks. There's a tendency to move towards animals as far as this kid's interest in thinking. So right before the kid came out as trans, there was an incident. So the mother is working all the time, doesn't have time for her kid. Whenever she is home, goes camping, does her own thing. It's been like this for years. So the kid got a dog at one point who shared the same name as the kid. Well, we'll say that the dog's name was Cloud. The kid's name is now Cloud. It's not what it really is. We'll just say that's what it is. So Cloud gets let out one day accidentally. Cloud is a pit bull and mauls one of the neighbor's dogs. Mother takes no responsibility for Cloud's actions, takes the anger and aggression out on the neighbors, doesn't tell the kids sorry. Cloud has to get put down. Just another day for mom. Cloud's world has now been changed forever because the real Cloud is dead. So within less than a year, you'll have, let's say, Samantha turning into Cloud. This is you can't make this shit up. This isn't some Buck Angel story that I stole and just decided to insert in here. This is like I've watched this shit in real time and the effect that it's had, and like this kid was isolated to the point of making dog suits day in and day out, naming themselves after their dog, completely dropping out of school, and finding a partner that would just take care of them, cater to them, that would fill the void of mother. And now that wasn't enough, so they have to go live with the partner's real mother, who's a fucking pedophile.
Oh.
And it's my fault for
This is
ever having acknowledged that any of this was happening to begin with, because if I had just shut my damn mouth, everything would be fine. And that's why I kind of have my channel. It shit's been getting so fucking crazy. On top of the Antifa shit, on top of my family, you have this too. It's a never-ending thing in my life to where it's just the crazy seems to gravitate to me, and I have to give it some sort of purpose and get it out to you.
I mean, that's crazier than Antifa.
And you know the fucked up part is people in Antifa, this is probably happening to them too, but it's the inability to want to look at it. Because I look at this and I'm like, so many people know my mother-in-law. So many people know my little sister-in-law. It's like, if they would just look past the blinders a little bit and see how crazy it actually is, you'd realize that this is all over the place. This is more prevalent in people's lives than you realize. You just have to be willing to look. Again, you have to wonder why there's smoke coming out of the chimney. You have to smell the smoke. You have to recognize that things are out of place. You know, there's been so many people who she's casually mentioned the fairy thing to you, and people are just like, okay. And then they
I,
move on.
and I will say, just the fairy thing, you have some people who have a little bit of a delusion, but they're mostly decent people. What's his name? Buckminster Fuller, famous engineer. He invented all sorts of concepts like the geodesic dome. But he also believed he was a dolphin. There's crazy people who are good citizens who don't cause problems for other people. But what you're describing is unacceptable in almost every moral system. That's the fairy thing. Okay, that's a bit weird and annoying. Her reaction to people disagreeing with her is pathological and a huge red flag. And the rest that you're describing is why that flag is big, huge, and red.
And it's and I heard the fairy thing years ago, and I should have questioned it sooner, because I know what people are thinking in their head, because this is, again, an old school hippie, looks like Janis Joplin, does all the things, lives out in her tiny home, you know, very old school hippie, goes to fairy world dressed as a fairy. So it's like, you know, to what degree is she just living in her little la la fantasy land? But so long as she maintains the appearance that everything else in her life is okay and that her children are fine, then nothing must be going on here. And it's like, no, this isn't going to Burning Man. This is, I got hit for this. You know, in-laws shouldn't be laying hands on their, it's fucking wild. And I took the hit proudly, and she's the one who I told me, hit the other side, bitch, let's go.
Slapping or yelling at someone for disagreeing that you are of a different species is not normal. And that's the point at which a little bit of self delusion crosses a line into becoming something that everybody else has to deal with.
And the thing is, corporations are about to jump on this. Now that the delusion has been created, if they aren't made to back the fuck off, this is the next thing. Because here's the thing, they're growing synthetic tails. Implants are getting better. Have you seen the fake skin and the fake limbs they're growing now?
Not the recent stuff.
I'll send you some videos and post them here. You know, add that in with the jet packs and all the new technology coming in. Bird Self can go fly in a couple of years. Bird Self is just gonna have to pay a couple $1,000s, and Bird Self can soar the fucking skies. Fairy Self can maybe get injections that make her fucking glow, or glow in the dark tattoos, or fuck, does Shark Self want a goddamn fin? And people are gonna start looking like Adult Swim characters.
And one reason why this trans thing became so big, it was because by claiming it is life-saving care, it could get billed to health insurance that everybody else is paying into. So because it's easy to bill into a pool of money that everybody else is paying for, the companies that provide these biological alterations make bank, and there's very little scrutiny for them. And all because people were willing to accept, oh, it's life-saving care because they kill themselves otherwise.
And the amount of parents that have been told that, it's not even like, again, I've listened to so many detransitioners and trans people, like through Blair White, Buck Angel, Benjamin Voice. There's been so many people that have put out so many of these stories. They always say they were told that. Always. Like 98% of the time, it's always, I was told that I was going to commit suicide, or I was told that my daughter or son would commit suicide. It's the lie. It's like in their rule book. It's like, It's like if I went to work at Taco Bell and they're like, okay, the first thing you tell the customers when they walk in is, do you want a live son or a dead daughter, before you ask them
It's
what they
a
want to eat?
and it's a lie that makes the organizations that push it money, millions and millions of dollars, because they learn to lie like that. And now you've got a bunch of kids who can't have children. They can't pee without pain. They've lost a huge amount of skin on their arm.
And you know
If
these
they're
people
lucky,
laugh. You know they laugh at libs of TikTok. You know the people that cause this at the tippy top look at that and they're
they don't.
like, good. People like that shouldn't deserve to live. That's what they think.
A lot of the people at the top of this are psychopaths, and they are enabled by the naive and credulous people at the bottom. And the people who were skeptical, the people who raised alarms, were pushed out. I know some people have said this, but I agree with Jordan Peterson. In many respects, this is worse than the Nazis, because the Nazis were ashamed of what they did. They tried to hide it. Even
This
the
is open.
Japanese, they lied about their evil human experiments on unwilling humans. They lied, flimsy lies, but they at least lied because they didn't want the shame of admitting what they were doing.
Yeah, because at some point they knew what they were doing is wrong, but the difference here is like, I think a lot of that was more willing. With this being such a large psychological hijacking, again, it's like the whole acolyte situation. You can tell these people don't know good from evil. There is no clear distinction anymore. So how can you feel bad for something if you can't even recognize it's evil? You know,
I
there's
think
people in my life.
a world in which a person can pee without pain is better than a world in which their every bowel movement is agony.
And then people who say that, it's just like, well, why are you obsessing on people and their genitals and their choice? And it's just like, I'm sorry, but at this point, how the fuck are you not? Let's be real. How the fuck are you not? When
Are we
it's, I
supposed
can't
to?
leave the house without seeing trans people. I see like 12 trans people every time I go to the store, no matter where I go. It could be out in the middle of the woods. It could be Walmart. It could be 7-Eleven. It could be work. Trans. And they're all fresh.
If I'm supposed to use someone's self-selected pronouns, because as a way to care for them, and I'm not supposed to care about the pain and the mutilation for people who were lied to because it doesn't affect me, what the heck? Either I care about other people or I don't.
And again, this is what Antifa and Black Lives Matter, I think, did, definitely in our country, is all of that sympathy that would have been got exhausted. All of that, you know, all like, we could sit here and tie this to fucking Nazis and eugenics and concentration camps and all these stories day in and day out. They can't deal with it because they're fucking exhausted of that at that point. They've already done that and tried all that in their own way for the own people that they wanted to weaponize those things against when it was never based in reality. And now they're fucking exhausted. That didn't work. They're so invested that that was the right idea. Now we have to move on to the new thing, but we can't admit that the old thing was fucking wrong. So yeah, I fault Black Lives Matter and Antifa for this type of shit. I blame people like myself for having created that type of environment. This, because this is ego driven. And you know, these will all be the kids who are like, dose the president. You know, why can't the world leaders all just eat mushrooms and fucking sing kumbaya, man? It's like, why the fuck can't you? Can you eat fucking mushrooms and sit with this Trump supporter for 5 minutes without losing your shit? No. Because I've seen it happen where you freak out and you ruin everybody else's good time. And guess what? I've been that guy too. So I get what it's like to be in that mindset. But No, they've exhausted all these arguments for them they've already been done and tried. You know, they'll be like, well, why didn't you want to see ICE as the Gestapo? Which I did in a lot of cases. I was very anti-ICE. Again, another thing we completely sabotaged, and look what happened. But
It seems as if a lot of people are bored, so they try to get some excitement in their lives by acting as if the stuff in their personal lives is as dramatic as the worst moments in human history. And they aren't willing to try to seek excitement in something actually productive or more mundane. And now, because they want it to be over dramatic, now the situation is actually dramatically bad. And they're the ones who caused it. Oh, you're worried that there's going to be a trans genocide? Well, now you've got people who are lied into becoming trans who can't reproduce. You've got people in constant pain because of the lies they were told.
And again, like 2 years ago, only 27 trans people were murdered in the United States, and like the majority of them were sex workers. So, and you know, it's like in my case, it's like, and I feel like I had a little bit of a more realistic perspective, but I did let a lot of bullshit get to me for sure because I had Trump derangement syndrome out the ass. But it's like, it definitely never felt like this. It never felt like the Nazis or any of these authoritarian forces had their boot on my throat like they do now, because this does feel real. This feels like life or death. That's why, you know, my channel's dramatic as fuck, because it feels like life and death. It's like, this isn't my happy little influencer moment where, hi, my name's Ty and let me share my story with you and this is what I think about politics and this is my no, bitch, I feel like I'm gonna die on a daily basis.
Half my siblings died in infancy because of the poverty under communism. And I watched communist propaganda videos nostalgically because they were less, the communists of the 1950s through 1980s were evil, vicious people, but they were less self-deluded than what we're seeing now.
Do you want to go into that a little bit? Tell people your story about how you grew up, if it's not too personal, because I was rereading your email again this morning, and it makes you want to cry. It's we don't have to if you don't want to.
Fine. My birth father was a collective farm worker. He was a crane operator and truck driver, which was considered a skilled labor position. I mean, in America, that would be considered unskilled, but back then that was considered skilled. My mother was an ordinary peasant. It was a pretty out of the way place in communist Romania. And my it was a poor village. It was one of the poorest villages in the country. And there was a huge divide between the cities and the countryside in communist Romania. There were a lot more doctors for the cities. There was a lot more sanitation. And in the village, mother had a kid, died, had another kid, survived, had another kid, survived, had another kid, died. Me, I got sick. And the doctor didn't want another kid in my family dying, and there were people who still tried to do their job even if the top level bureaucracy completely didn't care. There were people who actually tried to do good things even under communism. So the doctor said, I don't want another kid in this family dying, took me away, treated me in a hospital, and put me in an orphanage. And those orphanages were terrible places.
What were you sick with?
Probably I've heard conflicting accounts, either pneumonia or diarrhea. But here's the thing. It wasn't until the 2000s that iodized salt was common. So a lot of babies, I mean, if there had been a bit more salt, if there had been a bit more reliable food, and if there had been maybe a telephone to maybe call the doc and say, hey, my wife's in labor right now. So little things like, is there a car that you can borrow to get to the hospital? That's kind of trivial for Americans. Americans assume, oh, there's always going to be a car around. In the village, no, you could not assume that. People were still using horse-drawn carts in the 2000s. So, and the death of my siblings was mostly due to, mostly due to the poverty and lack of hygiene. So dirt floors, guess what? That's not very hygienic. You've got a mother giving birth. You have an infection risk from dirt floors. No running water. Are you going to have clean sheets? No. Woman is heavily pregnant, and you're using a outhouse, and then she notices she's giving birth. She's got to waddle all the way indoors, and she's not clean while she's doing that. That's going to be hard. I mean, there's just basic things like having clean floor, having something other than dirt floors, having running water, having people who can take care of a pregnant woman rather than everybody being forced to mill around a dysfunctional collective farm or fish packing plant. I mean, some of that is just the traditional poverty of an era, and for a long time there was about a 50% infant mortality rate. But under communism, there was both improvements in technology and that could have prevented that, and there was also the highly dysfunctional social system that meant that the infant mortality rate in other countries had gone down precipitously, but it didn't here. So I was lucky. The doctor said no more deaths in this family, took me away, put me in an orphanage, and those places were freaking awful. You can probably Google some photographs. But
it was called what, the Babadog orphanage?
I was in Babadog. It's closed now. It's last time I was at the building, it was a general social services thing for unwed mothers and adults unable to care for themselves. It was a relatively good orphanage because the staff tried to teach the kids something. They provided food to the kids, and that wouldn't be unusual. But under communism, people stole almost everything they could get their hands on. And when you've got people tasked with caring for children, a lot of the stuff meant to care for children is going to be stolen. It's awful.
Oh, sorry.
And a lot of the kids in those orphanages turned out awful. And a lot of them became violent and aggressive or sexually promiscuous in their teenage years. But before that, you could see kids rocking back and forth, banging their heads against walls to get some stimulation. Medical studies on a bunch of the kids who were in orphanages showed a huge IQ gap between those in the general society and the orphanages. The most functional kids were recruited into the secret police in the armed units. So if communism had lasted maybe another 20 years, I probably would have been in the secret police.
How many years were you in the orphanage for?
Thankfully, only 3. But I still have a few effects from it. Most notably, the way I process some words is different. My motor skills were very bad for my age, and they're still not as good as many of my peers. So I still have some enduring effects from it. And I was very much one of the lucky ones.
Don't let that drag get you behind on the motor skills, because you have one of the most beautiful minds I've ever met, Cyprian. And I'm sorry you had to go through that, but you've taken that pain and you've taken that bullshit and you've taken that struggle, things that people like me and other people in this country can't even possibly imagine. And you chose to be here and to speak out and to be vulnerable and to share these things and to explore. And you've been nothing but an inspiration to me, man. And I'm so grateful that you made it out of that. And I'm very grateful to call you a friend. You're a bad
Thank
dude.
you. But at the same time, I mean, the stuff you're saying, that's crazier than what I or my family went through. I can at least see some logic and mistakes to what my family was subjected to. I cannot. What you were describing was just.
And it's weird to hear, because it's like in my head I'm like, bullshit. And I made it a large degree bullshit, but it's like these are some really dark levels of fucked up. This is some really, really depraved, below the dungeon type shit that we're both talking about here. That this is why people got to speak out. Like, seriously, everybody. Like, if someone is listening to this right now wanting their story to be heard, you gotta speak out, because, like, this is fucking insane. What you went through is fucking insane. What I'm going through is fucking insane. And it's really it's a dragon that we gotta slay. And we gotta use that pain. And we gotta not let people shut us up.
I mean, there's the old communist joke. A Westerner comes to the country and says, "Why is everything so dirty?" And the person says, "I can't complain." "Why is the food so bad?" "I can't complain." Uh, uh, "Why are the people so rude?" "I can't complain." "Why does nothing work?" "I told you, I can't complain."
What this is.
And one of the horrible things that we've seen right now is that many of the things that made communism so dysfunctional, because I'm pretty sure the government didn't want kids dying in infancy. I'm pretty sure the government didn't want their future secret policemen to be traumatized and dysfunctional. But the government was incompetent, and the government did not understand just how bad everything was being run. Some of them did, and that's a big part of why so many generals and secret policemen turned against the government. But you had decades in which things were just being mismanaged. And part of that was people couldn't speak out, so the rulers were allowed to persist in self-delusion. And now we found a way that people can make money in the West by berating their customers or berating the general public or berating their critics so they don't talk about problems. Oh, I think this movie kind of sucked. Well, you're just an XYZ phobe, or you're an Xist. No, I just thought the movie sucked. And it's a way that shoddy work and bad management and abusive people continue to make money because they've learned how to shut other people up. And guess what? Those tactics of shutting people up have an effect on the rest of society. And it is a nasty effect.
People want to think people are just bitching about woke and bitching about movies. No, all of that culminates into the home. And fascism begins in the home. Because if I were doing what this woman wanted me to do, I would not be talking about these things. I would not be sharing these fucking stories. I would have actually stopped the conversation earlier on because I was like, damn, I probably shouldn't be sharing this. I'm just like, why? Because I was told not to. I talk about everything else. I'll tell anybody anything. So it's like, who am I to allow any human being to dictate that? We need to behave like and act and move forward like cancel culture doesn't exist. It's a mystical facade. We have to stop biting our tongues, stop explaining ourselves, stop putting in goddamn fucking trigger warnings to everything, and just operate. Did you freeze up? Cyprian.
Here we go.
Hey, where'd I lose you at? Oh, wait, are we recording?
Stop putting trigger warnings on everything. Then did you freeze up?
No, just stop pussyfooting. Stop behaving like these rules fucking exist, even if they come with consequences. You know, that's why if a movie scene has an N-word with a hard R dropped on my channel, I'm gonna put it in there. Eddie Murphy's gonna joke about the faggots. I'm gonna fucking be honest with what I think about other races and other people's, with having full respect and understanding of various people's struggles and backgrounds and trying to deepen my understanding of culture. But we have to stop pretending like this exists. Like, the older I get, the more I'm like, okay, I have to go back to being a kid from a time before this shit existed, because at least I have that understanding of what that was like. When I loved foul mouth humor, when I loved understanding the dark, like just say naughty words, watch naughty things, stop giving a fuck what other people think. If people want to control your speech, what you watch, what you listen to, fuck them. That's kind of what America was about to begin with. It's like, with diplomacy to all, fuck you, I'm gonna be an American. I'm gonna be me. Because the best of us, that's what we fucking do. You know, that's all of our heroes, all of the top musicians, movie stars, historical figures. Martin Luther King looked at America and said, fuck you. I'm gonna be me. Well, he's a reverend, so he didn't really say it like that, but we all say fuck you in our own way. Like, this channel is my fuck you. But we all have to be say fuck you together. And the thing is once one person starts, other people want to join it because they're like, oh, you can do that? You can say that now? Shit, well, let me test the waters. And then it just kind of, and that's the Nazi expansion that the far left is worried about, is people just becoming themselves again. Like, we got to become ourselves again. You know, with everything we've learned, because me becoming myself again, I can't just become a kid again. You know, back when all this is permissible, I can't just go back to being like 10, 12 years old. But like, there's some important things earlier on that you need to go back and grab. I feel like that's why most people fall apart, is they want to just forget about their childhoods and pretend like it never happened. No, those are there for us to evaluate and study for the rest of our lives. They're a part of us forever.
To quote Demolition Man, you can't take away people's right to be assholes.
Damn right. Like, it's my right to be a fucking asshole. But it's also the cool part about that is it's my right to curb myself from being an asshole, which is more so what I try to do. But in order to do that, I have to call out some other assholes, including myself. But this is shadow work that everybody needs to do. Everybody, all across the board, regardless of your age, ethnicity, class, where you come from. If you can't examine your bullshit, then you don't get to wonder why everything's stinking everywhere you go. Because
And
it's
if you
probably
don't
you.
give, and if people don't have the freedom to choose, they don't have the ability to analyze what they did right or wrong. Taking away people's freedom takes away their ability to think and their ability to do better.
And taking away someone's ability to hate, or trying to, what's there to appreciate and love? If I can't look at the most hateful, heinous thing on the planet, then how can I appreciate the most loving embrace? They have to go hand in hand. You have to know darkness in order to learn light. You can't just live in one or the other. And that's what people try to do. They try to keep themselves in the light, but it's their own version of the light, and they spend so long in these worlds that they don't realize they're actually living in darkness.
Well, not to get too religious, but uh, one of the translations for Lucifer, Lucifer is the morning light. Uh, Evil will come as if it were light.
No, Satan's the prettiest human. That's one thing my grandparents always told me, is they're like, the devil, when he comes, he's going to be beautiful. He's going to be the most beautiful thing that this world has ever seen. So beautiful that people turn away from God because they can never look on the face of God and see how beautiful he truly is. I had. That's always what I've been told. And I think that's what we're seeing with this beast system, with this ideology, with this technocracy crackdown, with these authoritative systems, with them trying to keep track of everybody and everything all the fucking time while simultaneously not being able to manage jack shit. Like,
There's something attractive about it that draws people. It's not just people reacting out of fear. There's something that they think that they can get by engaging in all this destructive behavior.
mm-hmm. It's a utopia.
Which the word utopia means no place.
And it's hollow promises too. Like the amount of kids that want to be influencers, for example.
They
For them,
can't.
that's their utopia, because a lot of these utopias, they're not even political or physical spaces. They're just a state of being in accomplishment, fake accomplishment.
And one thing I noticed with communism and fascism, and increasingly with a lot of political discourse now, and also the way a lot of kids destroy their lives in bad neighborhoods with gangs and sports, and now with social media and everybody trying to be an influencer, is that they don't understand scale. They don't understand the numbers. They don't understand the odds of things.
Mm-hmm. Like when I was ranting against capitalism, I again, that's why I say I'm economically retarded. I don't know the numbers. I can't go proclaiming that I know how the system's structured and operates. Like, got a little smarter over time, and I have some ideas of some things, but it's like, because in my head it's all just numbers, and again, it's like you create your own reality, and a lot of people are taking that message and completely misinterpreting what that means. It's like not like outside of gender, like career, psychology, everything's rewritable. I don't like.
And
Sorry.
I mean, the Soviets had the idea of the new, the new socialist man, that they could completely change what it meant to be human from what was before to something new. All those grandiose statues built by the Soviets, that man with six-pack abs doing something dramatic, they thought they were creating a new man. That the idea was that everything about human beings was changeable. So they didn't feel bad when they were destroying things from the past because they thought they could build something better. They didn't feel bad when they were torturing people because they thought they were building better people. And when you have a mindset where everything is changeable, at the same time, that kind of destroys any sense of guilt about destroying the priceless things of the past. And that creates an excuse of the future will be better, and it's not. Humans are not completely changeable. The Soviet Union tried to destroy private money, and eventually private money came back. They thought they could destroy the class system, and by the 80s, there was a clear and brutal class divide between the nomenclatura, the city workers, factory workers, and agricultural workers. They can't change humanity that dramatically because there's something about just existing in the material world that is unchangeable.
And it kind of seems like that's why they're going so dramatic and so hard with it right now. It's like, well, if you can change it by force and change it dramatically, well, then throw everything you got at it all at once and maybe something will fucking stick. But like, none of this has stuck.
And it can't. If you lock the door to reality, it'll come in through a window. Reality will reassert itself. The question is, will you let it? Will everything you built be destroyed by reality?
And that's what it means when we create our own reality. It's not just all synchronicity and, oh, the numbers lined up on the clock today, and oh, that bluebird passed by twice in the same pattern, isn't it? It's like deja vu. That comes with it. That's a sign that you might be doing some things right, but you also create your own reality when you ignore it, because we do have to adhere to the laws of nature still. That is still very much a part of the process, is being in balance with, I believe, the cosmic universe, your greater self, and your earthly being. If you're to take one of those absent of the other, you're fucked.
And remember that parable about the man who builds his house on the sand versus who builds his house on solid ground?
Yeah.
If sand is easy to move around, dirt is not. If something is too easy to move around, any system built on it is going to collapse because what it's built on is just going to change.
Mm-hmm. It's up for grabs by anybody. That's the thing. It's just like this gender shit. It's just a big old roulette, and it's gonna end on someone getting the bigger gain and someone getting the shit end of the stick. And it's slowly starting to slow down, but it's like, I mean,
The big
seriously,
money
the
is
backlight and
probably
the Olympics are two big blows to this shit. I feel like.
the big money is probably already pulled out of trans and kids. I mean, they'll rake in money as much as they can, but I don't think they're going to spend too much more on propaganda because one, there's already useful idiots who are going to propagandize for it, and second, there's enough eyes on it now that if the big money keeps on doing it, they're going to look guilty.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, it's all part of the process too, and making them lifelong patients is now they don't even have to go in for trans shit. They can just go in for atrophy or migraines, or it could be any number
Or
of
brittle
things. They'll still
bones,
be,
or
yeah,
brittle bones, because guess what? People should not be getting osteoporosis in their 20s and 30s.
cancer. Like,
They
this,
knew they knew the cancer risks from artificial hormones back when they tried giving menopausal women estrogen to see if that would reduce some of their symptoms of menopause. Guess what? It caused cancer problems. They knew there were problems with this.
and this is why they don't cure cancer or really secure if there is one, is because cancer is a weapon. I'm not
It's
saying it was created to be one, but it sure as shit seems to be used as one. A weapon that makes money.
mm,
At least by America.
cancer is a process by which cell division becomes pathological.
No, I don't mean like a bioweapon. I just mean in the way that I think that they just kind of don't want to actually deal with cancer because it's a big money maker.
Uh,
That's what I mean when I say weapon. I don't mean
I
like,
know a guy who works at NIH. He's a biochemist. But here's the thing: curing cancer is really complicated because there are so many things that can go wrong. Now you have bureaucrats raising money for all sorts of research programs because so many people want a cure to cancer that they'll throw money at it. But what actually happens is that it gets funneled to these research programs, some of which are dealing with this aspect of cell division, these drug trials, etc. But fundamentally, there is no permanent cure until you really figure out how the genetic code, how cells divide, and how cells kill, how cancer cells get killed by the immune system. There's a lot of hope about various treatments, and we've gone from cancer killing people very quickly in the 1950s to people living decades with after having had cancer. So there's not likely to be any permanent cure. There's just we've gotten better at keeping people alive by curing some cancers.
the thing that's fucked up too is like, you get one of these detransitioners, or let's say they're even trans and they haven't broken out of the delusion or they're really about it. It's like, so you prolong someone's life through these treatments. Then you're still getting paid all the rest of the time their life's prolonged. So if you add an extra 15 years to life, then that's also an extra 15 years that you get to have them as a patient. Not even necessarily from the expansion or the chemotherapy drugs or anything like that, but from everything else that can and probably is going wrong in the meantime. I just feel like there's nothing but incentive for these people to do this shit at this point. And like I said, definitely don't want to discredit any like cancer researchers at all, because like that's really good that there's people out there trying to figure this shit out. And it's just, it feels like they use just like the most sensitive things in our society, like suicide or gender, civil rights, or all this, and they just twist it.
Any strong emotion can be weaponized. Any strong emotion. Love can be perverted, hate can be perverted, fear can be perverted. Any strong emotion. And for a long time, there was the belief that only negative emotion was destructive. But we're seeing with the perverted love and the way that human empathy gets hijacked by various forms of propaganda, that positive emotions can be hijacked as well.
And I mean, it's weird to say, like, even lust has become perverted. Like, because before I would have associated both with being the same, but I'm just like, it's like they've gone and made, like, they kind of made the sexy shit perverted. You know, gone and made all the sexual shit that was just kind of standard and vanilla just over the top. Like the leather gear turned into leather donkeys or dogs, you know? It's just like everything's been taken a step too fucking far.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We're
sorry.
in a society where people clamor for attention, and one of the ways people get attention is by breaking taboos. Breaking taboos gives some people an emotional rush. It gives social attention, which is a form of power. And as long as people breaking taboos gets attention, some people will try to use that for power.
And that's what the pedophiles are doing to the LGBT community. That it's like we're gonna push this to being normal. Because again, now that I could talk about this more openly, whenever she told me that her sexual interest was 3 to 13, and that she pretended to be a 3 to 13-year-old, oh, like after that, it was like womp 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 womp. For the most part, like it literally went Charlie Brown. I was seeing fucking red. But one of the things I did catch, faggots are like you are the reason people like me will never be able to be who we are. Now this woman, rainbow bracelets. Again, I did a Baby Yoda on this woman. She goes to all the pride festivals. Faggots like me are the reason her sexual interest in children will not be permissible. I got news for you there, bitch. Damn right. Like, you're goddamn right. And God, you know, I hope I meet that little Mr. FBI man that I fucking might get. I don't know. I haven't heard anything back on that front, but I would like to ask an FBI agent to their face, why the fuck is this okay?
There's
Why is this okay?
there back I mean, my political analysis is that in the 1960s and 70s, there was a casual attitude among the people who believed in liberated sex. There was a casual attitude towards sex with teenagers. And part of that was because of Kinsey's scientific claims about human sexuality. Now, Kinsey was a scientific fraud. His, I mean,
He was in there with John Money, right? Were they like
yeah.
cohorts together? Yeah.
Well, John Money was slightly after Kinsey.
Okay, because I know more about John Money than I do Kinsey.
Well, Money was relying on a lot of Kinsey's work.
And this is all John Hopkins, by the way. It always comes back to John Hopkins for the pedophile shit.
Well, Kinsey was at the University of Indiana.
Okay, never mind on that front, but for John Money, John Hopkins. Sorry, continue.
So, well, the field of sexology was rife with sexual predators and pedophiles since the 1920s. So,
wow, who'd have thought? No, that is not even wasn't even a later development. That's just like, all right, guys, let's go.
so there's some fundamental problems with a lot of nasty people who claim to be academics, and they use that academic cloaking as a way to get what they want, and quite often what they want is pretty horrible stuff.
So long as your thoughts can justify it, right?
That's
Human.
that's what happened. So, the sexual liberationist people were tolerant of both gay sex and sex with kids. Now, a lot of gay people at that time were not okay with sex with kids, but there wasn't really a strong intellectual counter argument. And you had people like Harry Hay, who was both a gay rights campaigner, a communist, and pro-pedophile. Thankfully, Harry Hay was effectively kicked out of the gay rights movement. So there was a splintering of the gay rights movement in the 70s.
That splintered off of him being removed.
Well, those who were more pro-communist went one direction. Those who were against all sexual restraint went another direction. And those who were just more, no, we just want this to be between adults and consenting adults and none of this other stuff. We just want to be free to be gay and nothing else. And they went another direction. And it wasn't until the pedophiles had been soundly excluded from a lot of stuff that the general public was more tolerant of gay people. But for a long time, pedophiles had been glomming onto the gay rights movement and trying to use that as justification for their own behavior. And now I think we're seeing them glom onto the trans kids phenomenon because they accurately believe that if the general public believes that kids can consent to irreversible medical surgeries, they will also consent to kids having sex with adults.
And that's the thing too, is so much of the sexual literature here as far as politics are like, they'll do like theater and musical plays and shit around all over Oregon and shit. And the message they always love to push, consent, which yes, consent is very important, but the message is kind of broadened from where it was initially to where it's like,
I'm trying.
You want to get really fucking pissed off right now.
Go.
I got. So when pressed about the kid living over with the fucking pedophile, do you want to know the excuses I was given? Well, he doesn't have a dick and he's gonna age out soon anyways. But you know what story got thrown in my face simultaneously when that happened? Well, didn't you know that I was raped as a kid? But yeah, just got home. I have to be quiet now, but we'll continue this one. We still go on the subject, but from that.
All right. One moment. I want to get something.
Okay.
My less than dignified shorts aside.
No judgment. I'm in my pajamas right now. I'm only casual from the top up.
A parent had brought this up to a group I was in, and Our Whole Lives, Sexuality Education for Grades 4 to 6, second edition. Okay, that seems kind of worrying, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but Our Whole Lives, Sexuality Education for Grades K to 1.
That's younger than my little sister, and if you see my little sister, she itty bitty. She getting bigger, but she itty bitty.
One of the things in here is teaching kids to touch themselves and to distract them with a ball if they cry.
I remember this one.
This is abusive stuff, and it is put out as an educational program by people who are supposedly experts.
Trust the experts. Always trust the experts. And it creates so much. Like the diaper thing. You'd think that people like that would be arrested. There's a diaper spa in San Francisco. Where, hey, guess what? It's a judgment-free zone. We wouldn't want to judge these poor kids.
Now, if it's just with consenting adults, it may be It may be worrying, but people should maybe be free to make their own mistakes. Unfortunately, it hasn't stopped at adults.
Yep. Well, here's the good thing about the diaper spa is the owner said she's never once seen a pedophile come through there. So it's just like, not once, bitch. But no, not to detract so much from our whole lives. Let's go into that a little bit more, because that's what some other shit's got in there, because it doesn't just stop at that. I'm sure.
It's infuriating. And it's not just because what they're teaching kids is perverted, I think, but because it's completely scientifically bunk. Okay, where's the citations? Okay, fine, you've got a lesson plan. What's the scientific grounding for this stuff? It's not presented.
It's an internet blog someone read. Because that's as far as most of these activists will go when they create this type of shit. It's all surface level research. They find that which justifies their position.
Yeah, there's people turning out fake research, and I feel very confident calling some of this stuff fake. That looks scientific, and then it gets used by activists and curriculum designers who then insert it into stuff that kids are going to be using. Or when an administrator has a few doubts about this, they see what looks like research, so they back off any doubts they had and let the badly designed or frankly abusive curriculum go ahead.
Well, and for all the people out there too who are afraid of like the far left, what they may as well be doing is making Nazi pamphlets and distributing them. Because that is a recruitment ad for Nazis.
Effectively, yeah.
That's all that's
I am seeing people who excuse Nazi book burning because of the lie that the Nazis were only burning stuff by Magnus Hirschfeld, who was a sex researcher, and who was actually a pimp, but hey. Not neo-Nazis tell lies about Nazi book burning to make it seem like they were just going after pedophiles and other horrible people. And the trans activists are playing into that by claiming, oh, the Institute for Human Sexuality was destroyed by the Nazis. See, there was early research on trans people, and it was destroyed by the Nazis. So the trans activists are synergizing with the neo-Nazis in their claims. So they're effectively making the Nazis look good.
And the crazier this shit gets, this is why people in my state get things like this delivered on their front door. So I got my little lived history binder in here. Let's see. This was... Oh, shit. It's already in 2022. So January 31st, 2022. Wake up and I find this on my front door. And I'll send you pictures of it, too. We got these all across Springfield. I'm going to have to post it without the websites.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I went to this website and it got seized by the FBI and I backed off immediately. I was like, oh, I'm not getting in trouble for this shit. But,
what's in there other than the image?
So this was after they passed measure... This one's not so much on gender as it is guns, but I wrote it down. Following Oregon Measure 114, which essentially I think they were trying to limit capacity on rifles or basically gun rights. This is all the Jews in DC that are responsible for it. And it will send you to a website and... Oh, dude, it was like, I thought it was just going to be something like Stormfront, some casual Nazi website. It was like dissecting a bug woman. And there was a black woman who, it was the outer meat of her body was here. The entrails were here. It was her intestines dragged out, and her innards and her vagina, a black woman's vagina that some Nazi was finger fucking. Took this whole woman apart. That was the first thing I saw on that website.
Ugh.
These were dropped off in the middle of the night. I'm pretty sure on a school day. So kids in this area who are having to deal with all this crazy gay shit, this furry shit, all this crazy shit on a daily basis. Hey, hey, honey, did we get one of those pamphlets on our door this morning? No, no, haven't seen it. Okay, well, thank God they didn't come to our home. You have a good day. I seriously want to know how many of these are just sitting around in some kid's fucking house right now. And I'm gonna censor the fuck out of that because that does not need to be spread. But like, as far as the images and the message on the pamphlet, minus all that shit, yeah, because there's a thumbnail I used on one of my recent videos, and there's a house that it shows, and it says Holocaust is hokum. That's actually here in Springfield, and that was a theory as to where these came from. But I don't know if they made an arrest. During COVID, the same pamphlets were distributed to Chinese restaurants and Chinese churches and Chinese neighborhoods. But like, this is some real fucking shit. Like, if you don't have fucking neo-Nazis in your fucking area, God bless, and that's fantastic. Good for fucking you. But when you have this and you have your shit,
I run into a handful of people like that, who are basically trying to act out every image of the Nazis they get from left-wing media.
mm-hmm.
I know enough history to know what the Nazis were actually like, and
They're playing a character.
And a bunch of these neo-Nazis would be immediately purged by the actual Nazis for being just too stupid and crazy.
And how is that any different than the modern day Western communist to the old communist? It's exactly the same.
The Stalinists purged the anarchists because the anarchists were causing too many problems.
Yeah, a lot of the Nazis in the punk scene here, fuck, they ain't gonna be a part of no organized army. Shit. They'll sooner go rogue. Again, because, yeah, it's fucking...
Because they're fucking morons.
These people are idiots. Jesus Christ. Well, should we move on to something lighter? Should we move on to a little pop culture for the day? I feel like we got really fucking dark today.
I mean, talk about the Star Trek episode Patterns of Force and how that explains how a lot of people saw the Nazis after the fact, or...
I haven't watched that one yet. So I started watching Metropolis last night. I got about an hour into it, and then dinner was almost ready. So I was like, okay, let me turn on something while we're eating. And I somehow wound up watching about an hour and a half of North Korean state television that some Canadian apparently satellite beamed into his home. And I was just like, okay. And then I just got kind of sucked in, and I was like, I guess we're fucking here now.
It's actually hard to get. It's hard to watch North Korean state TV because they are really serious about copyright striking anyone who tries showing their clips.
Jeez, I want to upload it onto the channel. It was 4 hours. Maybe I could just do like an hour and a half just so people could see. Because it was... Okay, so like, it had me thinking one thing when I was watching it. It made me realize that every image I see coming out of North Korea is gray. Or it's always winter, and it's always just super gray. And then I look at the images on North Korea, and it just looks like a normal city in a normal town with normal grass and a normal sky. And I'm like, I get there probably like waiting for the best moments to get these shots. But it just made me think, I'm like, we never see pretty pictures of North Korea. It does have beautiful nature, but like, is it as gray? That's my only thing, is I just started wondering about the color. The rest of it, it's all dictator shit, but
people who escaped were actually surprised how large the animals were in other countries. Because in North Korea, a lot of animals couldn't grow very big because people would either kill the big animals or eat the stuff that those animals were depending on.
Yeah. I mean, Naomi Park, I love her work. She does such a good job explaining what it's like to come from that world. She's like, it's like visiting an alien, or like stepping onto an alien planet. It's like you have
She
skyscrapers and gay people, and what the hell?
she was in the elite. She was a really rich and privileged person in North Korea. Don't lose
Really?
sight of it.
Really?
Yeah.
You got a different perspective on this. Okay, tell me.
Uh,
Because like I've heard criticism, but in my head I was just like, oh, they're just attacking this immigrant woman because she's linking with conservatives. So I guess I haven't taken the time to hear
well,
any of
no,
the
no, no. I
criticism.
mean, that's not a bad thing. It's just her perspective was the pretty side of North Korea.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were going to be like, she's sent here and there. It was going to go off in some weird direction like that. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's fucked. And like, yeah, no, I think one thing that got me too, it's exactly like the Scientologist. That 1990s, early 2000s, maybe even 80s, that organ church piano sounding like it's going back. Oh, wait, did you freeze up? Oh, damn it. You froze in a really good position. I was like slowly inching towards the screenshot button. I was like, thumbnail. Where do we cut off at?
Um, uh, I said that Naomi Park was from a rich family in North Korea, really privileged. Oh, I thought you were going to go into some really weird direction with that, but no. Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't remember where I got to from there, but no, I was just talking about the one thing on the state TV that really got me. It was exactly like the Scientology. It was like the 90s, early 2000 Baptist church music and the bright lights and the corny oh, and the beams and the CG. I was just so entranced. But then it was like kind of being on my channel where it went from that to all of a sudden it's just like war, war, war. And I'm just like, then I'm just hitting my pen even harder. And I'm just like, I'm sitting on the edge of my couch and I'm like tapping my toes and I'm just like looking at the TV like a gargoyle, just like, this is fucking insane. I, and again, it's not admiration at all. I just have such a deep fascination with this shit to where I just couldn't take my eyes away.
Ceausescu went to North Korea and he tried to copy some of the stuff they were doing in North Korea in Romania.
Oh, jeez.
So you know those big spectacles where people hold up a sign and it's Ceausescu tried doing that in Romania.
Oh, God. The ones with leaders' faces on them?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Jesus. Like, they could put on a show. I'll give them that. They could put on a hell of a show. That is some uniformity. It's almost like those people would fucking be shot dead if they fucking stepped out of line. Like,
Yeah, almost as if. And it's also quite often their only job.
yeah.
They do that full time. It's a real economic drain, but their effort to put on a big show for the cameras, they're willing to starve their people in order to put on a big show.
And it's just, like I said, I only got halfway through Metropolis, but I'd say the North Koreans, when they're putting on that show, they kind of remind me of the machine workers that are just sitting there with the clock spirals, just where it's just standard movements, repetitive day after day after day until you drop, switch them out, keep going day after day after day after day. It's really not much different. I mean, minus the behind the scenes shit, but
It's brain destroying stuff. It causes a lot of people to just turn their brain off, do whatever they're told, don't think about anything. They don't even retreat into their imaginations. They just think about nothing.
and I think that's one thing that's happening in America right now that they're trying to do, or at least is happening, is imagination is getting destroyed. You'd think some of these kids with all their colors and all their pop culture stuff and all their flair would have imagination, but when you get to really know them, they don't. They just they know what's colorful and they know what they like to look like. But and it's not everybody, but it's a lot.
And here's the thing: to actually have much of an imagination, you have to sense some sort of potential difference. But if there's no real potential difference allowed, there's not much you can imagine that's going to be different.
Mm-hmm. Then you're just kind of competing with everybody else's uniformity and keeping it within acceptable levels of tweaking, and that's just distorted over time to where, I mean, if you looked at some woke stuff earlier on in some of the messaging or some left-leaning films, like, it was pretty good. Like Get Out, it's like, that's not real life, but it was pretty good. But people trying to make their own version of Get Out or their interpretation of stuff like that, where it's just like, okay, you just took this and bastardized it and made it worse, because where do you go from there?
But that's a generalized phenomenon. So initially, Hollywood movies were made by people who had experienced life and wanted to turn it into a movie. Mm-hmm. And then it was people who imagined life and wanted to turn it into a movie. And then it was by people who loved movies and who wanted to make their own movies. And then it was people who had watched a lot of movies and wanted to make their own movies. Gradually, as it became increasingly disconnected from reality, it became dumber and dumber, more and more homogenous, and less able to respond to what the full variety of life is.
I feel like that was a really good timeline description of that.
Well, we've also seen that with AI. Training data, as in a bunch of images of dogs, can be fed into AI and they'll come up with their own images of dogs. But if you start to feed those images of dogs generated by AI into AI, they're going to come up with a slightly more distorted version and also more homogenous. And it just goes on until you've got something that is just a blob that doesn't look like a dog anymore.
Which is what most psychedelic experiences look like, by the way. The further you get into that, like, the more the AI gets weirder and wilder and it starts to grow the eyes in that, that's one of the things that always freaked me out about AI, is it's so similar to psychedelics. So the more the chaos ensues in your brain and the deeper and deeper you go into, say, something like an acid trip, that same thing can kind of be represented in your sense of reality the more detached you become. Now your thoughts get more creative, but like, you can't try putting that to paper when you're on acid. You can paint and do crazy shit, but like, at least for me, it looked like a demon-possessed child took a crayon to a notebook and I could not write or formulate any of my thoughts. So the more I would become trapped in my mind and the more chaotic it would become and the more separated you become from reality. Yeah, that's a good visual depiction, psychological depiction. It's like all the same shit. And simultaneously, it's all teaching you about oneness. And I think that's what that oneness is it's an inescapable reality.
Or it could just be the creative version of copy fatigue.
Yeah.
I'm somewhat less mystical about.
I love it, though. I love it. No, man, I can't wait to go see Deadpool. I didn't go see Deadpool last night like I had planned, but it sounds like Marvel might be breaking a little bit from what everybody's telling me. From my understanding, there's actually no gay scenes in the movie, and the writing is good, and they deliver on all the punches. And I think a lot of this copy paste homogenous bullshit is really starting to break through, because the thing with that is it's the first Marvel movie post Hollywood strike. that's come out. So I feel like we're about to start seeing some changes in some of the creativity. Hopefully, at least in the Hollywood department.
Probably. Um, the Hollywood strike was there's a theory that I actually believe that the studio sponsored the strike in order to fire a bunch of people that they felt were a detriment to them.
Okay, so who would the people being of detriment to them being
Dumb
like are we?
writers that were hired because of politics and not because they could produce anything customers wanted.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I expected. So would you say it'd be a coup against people like Kathleen Kennedy
Yeah,
to a
but
certain degree?
she's probably got too much blackmail material to get kicked out that way. But she's at the middle of a big bureaucratic chart. The people over her probably hate her guts, but she's probably got too much blackmail material on them, so they can't kick her out. The people below her probably hate her guts, but she's probably made sure that there's a bunch of writers that she's protecting, so they don't get fired.
So do you see what's happening now with her? Apparently, that Elon Musk suit. You know how he's helping Gina Carano.
Yeah.
They're bringing in Kathleen Kennedy to testify. I haven't looked into the news yet. I think it happened within the last 24 hours, but it's
Oh
gonna get
man.
it's gonna get good.
She's probably going to testify as in give a deposition or testify as in testify at trial.
I think it's a trial because it's basically Gina Carano and other people who got fucked over by Kathleen Kennedy coming up and being like, look, you got rid of us for our politics. Because with Gina Carano, she basically said during COVID, hey, the way we're treating each other is very comparable to how Germans treated the Jews in the Holocaust. And they fired her based on that principle and removed her from social media.
Yes, but uh, a deposition has different rules than at trial.
You know legalese. Explain this to me.
Okay, a deposition is basically giving a statement before the court as to certain facts. The There are different rules for it in different places, but in California, you have to swear that you're going to tell the truth. You also have to admit whether or not you have taken any drugs or alcohol before it in California. And they can go on for 8 hours, and there are rules about how many hours of deposition can be demanded of a person and how long each session can be. So quite often, some people have spent 8 hours giving testimony in a deposition, and that becomes evidence that may or may not be admitted in trial. But the rule is you can ask anything in deposition that you believe would lead to evidence that might be admitted in trial.
Okay.
So it results in some really wide-ranging questions and some very tense moments during those. It can be so unpleasant that some people have been willing to settle lawsuits rather than be deposed.
Yeah.
Scientology, most famously, whenever it looked like the leader, David Miscavige, would be subject to a deposition order, they would settle with whoever was suing them. Sometimes $600,000.
You know, this is one of the things that really scares me about the thought of an authoritarian takeover. It's like all this shit. Because I've gone to court before, but like, this is the thing of all of us having to go to court and having to deal with all this bullshit. I'm just like, man, I'd rather just live a good life and stay clear of that. But if you guys are going to throw everybody in jail as a fucking hate criminal, damn it. It's just like, I don't.
The modern totalitarians have found a way to abuse the court system. So either you deal with the perversion of the legal system, or you simply cede it to them.
Yeah. I feel like the legal world is kind of like how psychology, how that's been like a whole opens up a whole variety of conversations and doors. I need to look more into legal stuff, the judicial system.
It's not as bad as what happened to the field of psychology, but it's bad.
Yeah.
Just I read the jury instructions for the Trump campaign finance trial. The jury instructions violated the jury unanimity requirement from Chad v. Arizona and that line of cases. The judge knew that was not an acceptable jury instruction.
Can you
Why
explain
would
that
that
one a little
jury
bit more? Oh, sorry.
A jury verdict has to meet certain standards of unanimity. If the jury is instructed on something that is incorrect, that conviction can be set aside because the finder of fact was making a judgment based on an incorrect assessment of what they were supposed to be assessing. There is the constitutional history is that there has to be a certain standard of agreement between members of a jury for a conviction. And one of those has to do with if you have one crime that depends on other crimes, the jury has to agree on what the original crime was in order to agree that the second crime had been committed. So if you're so RICO, it's basically you can convict people of a RICO violation if they have committed other crimes.
Mhm.
Well, the jury has to agree what those other crimes were, and not just say, "Oh, a crime was committed."
So, just real quick, what's your opinion on Rico regarding Trump? Because I remember the
What he was convicted of was not a RICO violation. It was a campaign violation law that had a predicate requirement, but RICO is famous because it has predicate acts.
Wait, so they didn't? Did they actually use Rico on Trump?
They did not. I mean, they might have been a different case, but in the New York case, they did not use RICO. But
no. So,
the
sorry.
structure of it was similar in that it had a predicate act element. So a predicate act is a prior illegal act that is the basis for conviction on that specific crime.
Okay. I guess just because I was wondering, like, segue back into this real quick, but I just wanted to, because regarding Rico in like Georgia, which I can't remember what it was they got Trump on in Georgia, but I remember they did that for Trump, and then simultaneously they got like, I think it was like 50 plus Antifa members stop Cough City all at the same time, and they all had the same grand jury for both cases. So it's like
A
when I hear
grand
something
jury,
like,
a grand jury means very little. It's just is there enough here to go to trial?
okay, I guess just because when I wonder, when I'm like, I hear it's like the same grand jury and it's happening at the same time, I'm like, what kind of trade-off happens there to where you do the same tactic on Trump as well as Antifa, the far left?
The grand jury is pretty meaningless.
Okay.
It's just a prosecute. There's a bunch of people gathered together to listen to a prosecutor say, here's the facts in this case. I believe there's enough to go to trial. Uh, uh, will you allow me to go to trial?
Oh,
And
okay.
quite often the answer is yes, because a prosecutor can indict a ham sandwich. So the grand jury almost always says, yes, there's enough to go to trial.
Okay, I see. Okay, so where were we before? The New York Trump trial. I think got just a little bit derailed there, but
Yeah. The grand jury is involved in permitting and is involved in indictments. They grant permission to the prosecutor to continue the case to trial. So that's not a high bar. It said that a prosecutor can indict a ham sandwich. It is very rare when a grand jury does not grant an indictment. And when they refuse to do that, usually it's
Okay. So nothing too crazy there as far as the whole.
right.
Okay. Yeah, that seems pretty standard to me then. I guess I was always kind of wondered off to my own demise, so I'm just like, what does that fucking mean? I guess just because something's touching doesn't necessarily mean it's always connected.
A grand jury is a pretty minor step in the process. A petite jury, what people normally think of as a jury, is much, much more meaningful. And that's where all the gamesmanship plays.
Okay. I actually have jury duty that I'm going to for the first time here in like 5 or 6 days. I always opted out of it, and I was like, I wanted to do it, but I'm just sitting here like, no, I need to fucking go. I need to quit putting off, because I put it off 2 months ago, and I told him hit me back up in 2 months because I thought I'd be gone by now. So now I'm
It's
like,
a
shit.
good. A lot of people find it to be a painful experience, but it's a great education in how things actually work.
I think I could use some of that. Like I said, I've been in the courtroom before, but to sit in on someone else's stuff for a minute, could be fun. Because usually I'm
And
just sitting there in existential dread, just like, crap, am I going to go to jail? Am I going to go to jail? Am I going to go to jail? At one time, yes. But I went to jail for a broken taillight. That was the stupid part about it.
jail for the. Did you refuse to fix it?
No, so I got pulled over down when I was living in South Texas, and my buddy was drunk, so he needed a ride home. And I'm like, okay, I got you. So drive him home, no problem. Cops been following me for a mile, and I'm like, oh, this is small town Texas. There's probably about to be a fucking problem. And he pulls me over like 2 houses down away from where I live. And I had moved in with my friend a couple months prior, but I was too lazy to take all my shit out of the truck. So because I had a broken taillight, he wrote me a ticket. They towed away my truck with everything I owned in it, and the truck sat in a lot for years after that. I could always drive by and see it. But I asked him like, so what am I supposed to do with this? Because I've like never been in this situation before. And the cop's like, you're gonna want to go talk to the judge and make a payment plan. So I'm like, cool. So I sit down in front of the judge and I'm like, all right. So the cop told me how to make a payment plan, and he just looks at me stern as hell, and he's just like, son, I don't know who gave you that information, but if you don't have the money in hand right now, you're going to have to go sit in the cage over in the next room over there, because the little jail cell was like right next door. There's a little dual cage. And I was just like, what the fuck? No one has given me like any like a dollar amount or anything like that. So I called my grandma up and I'm like, Grandma, I need help. I'm in legal trouble. And she's just like your father, just like your uncle, just like your aunt. She's like, I am not doing this anymore. And I'm just like, no, the order of events is exactly how I described. This is exactly how it went down.
Because that sounds very strange.
That's what I'm saying. And like, I was like 18. No, this was after, I want to say I came back because I lived in the town again after I had left. So I might have been like, let's say 19 or something. But yeah, so I had to go sit in the cell for like 3 days to pay it off. And the security guard in there, the person who I only saw like twice a day to bring me food, maybe 3 times, I can't remember. But I talked with him a couple, or like the second day in, it's only 3 days, but he knew my dad. And the stories that I've told you about my dad in a town of like maybe 3,000 people. So I wondered if that had something to do with it.
That might have, because some police departments decide to harass suspected criminals and the families of suspected criminals as their way to deter crime. So you have someone who is suspected to be a burglar. They've been convicted of 4 or 5 burglaries. So the cops just go to their house, just stare at them for a couple of minutes, photograph everybody who's at their house, and then drive off.
And they would
Now,
do that to us because we were. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Now that can quite often be considered harassment, and improper conduct by the police, but a lot of them do it anyways because they believe that that's going to prevent them from prevent more burglaries. And frankly, there's some statistical evidence to support that.
Yeah. Well,
So,
they would.
if they knew you were the son of a troublemaker, they might have thought you're the same kind of person, so they should lock you up for a few days so you don't get any crazy ideas.
Basically, and the thing with all that is, like I said, we were basically the only tattoo shop in town. It's like, sure, you had a couple of gangsters and wannabes tattooing here and there, and that was years before. So like I said, I came back, but there were nights where, yeah, the cops would be parked outside, they'd be standing across the street. It made my dad really fucking paranoid because he thought the cops were watching us all the time, and to be fair, and so yeah, we had to deal with that a lot. But this was after I had already separated from my dad and came back into town, so I think there was some mercy because, like, I explained to the cop, I'm like, look, I'm sitting here in a jail cell right now, my life's falling apart, I've just started doing drugs, I'm drinking, I don't want to become my father. And he actually took sympathy on me. And when I tried to join the Navy, I actually let them know that I got arrested at one point, and the recruiter got pissed off at me, and he's just like, why did you say that? And I'm just like, because it happened and I didn't want to get caught lying. And he's just like, there's no record of this. And I'm just like, what? So I'm thinking maybe they just had mercy on me and just kind of flicked it out after having that conversation, or maybe it was just kind of like a fuck you, better be on your shit. So, want to talk about the Trump assassination attempt a little bit? What have you been kind of noticing about the climate lately?
Well, I certainly found myself going to a pretty dark place when that happened. I mean, for the first couple hours, it was pretty much, I learned about this. I ended up getting a phone call from some people talking about it. But it was still kind of a news is happening, media is lying about it moment. And anytime you have a strong cultural conflict and a belief that politicians matter, and a lot of excuses for, and a lot of black and white thinking, and a lot of excuses for violence, you're going to get political assassination attempts. And whether it was people within the Democratic Party trying to set up an assassin to take out Trump, or just to strip him of protection and hoping someone would do it, there's been a greater tolerance for political violence among the left. And we saw that in small bits like smashing shop windows, hoping to attract looters, and a larger scale of burning down my freaking city. For those who
Leaving
don't know,
piles of bricks.
yeah, I used to live in Minneapolis. I used to walk along Lake Street, and Lake Street ended up having a lot of buildings burnt. I'm still kind of bitter about that. So there's been a greater tolerance of political violence in America since 2008. Delegates to the 2008 RNC were attacked. People from the Minnesota National Guard were called to protect them and to disperse rioters who were attempting to attack delegates. And I saw people in my university donate to the legal defense fund of the rioters. So there has been an undercurrent of political violence in America for over a decade. And I got kind of bitter about that, but okay, fine. There are Democrats who are pushing back against that. Amy Klobuchar was the child of an alcoholic. She was an unpleasant person, but she was also trying to prosecute the people who were trying to attack the RNC. I mean, one reason why Trump probably became so popular because of his aggressive rhetoric was because so many Republicans felt vulnerable because of the attack, the physical attacks they were getting. And then I've been called a Nazi enough times to be upset when people say, punch a Nazi. Oh, God. I'm not a Nazi. I hate Nazis. But I also know what the historic Nazis were. And I also know what the historic communists were. And I should not have to worry about getting punched in the head because I'm talking about how bad the communists were. And then the riots. I got very upset about the riots because not only was this, oh great, more people are going to be intimidated. I mean, I applied. I applied at a temp agency that got burned. One of the photos from Minneapolis was Atlas Staffing Agency getting burned. I applied there. I used to walk by there every week. So yeah, I'm freaking bitter.
And they'll say, what's more important, property or human life?
Well, a lot of human lives were destroyed. I mean,
And
at least
lost.
one
Like, people
dead.
died during that.
Yeah. But the safety that people use to organize their lives. Used to go to a bookstore. I didn't look over my shoulder. Now that bookstore is burned. Now people raised money for him to reopen, but
who would want to?
I mean, he's a nice enough guy, and he was a nice guy. He helped a bunch of writers get their careers off the ground. So good for him, but it's no longer a safe city. And if you've got friends who've got little kids, and the police department's no longer able to maintain order, you have to move several times because crime's getting worse and worse. So there's an effect to political violence. Quite aside from the whole, okay, now there's a bunch of corrupt and incompetent people controlling things and not getting out of office because they can intimidate people into silence. God. So seeing a resurgence of political violence in the form of an attempted assassination and the sharing of some people and the excuses of some people reminded me that we're not at a state of peace yet. When people share an attempted assassination, it's not some faraway thing that's not going to impact other people. This can spiral out of control very freaking quickly.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to cause divisions in the household because, like, kids are going to start killing their parents. Parents are going to start killing their fucking kids. Because, like, it's going to be like, sorry, you agree with what? You agree with a terrorist? Or, sorry, you agree with Donald Trump? He deserved to die.
And every time a political figure has a huge amount of popular appeal and gets murdered, you have the risk of copycat attacks. And if the police are incapable of responding, and if the national government is viewed as partisan and corrupt, it easily spirals into civil war.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what this is too, is a copycat. Thomas Crooks was studying the Oxford shooter prior to the assassination. It was that and Lee Harvey Oswald. He combined the two and then implemented it into his plan. I mean, whoever else he's with, but yeah, it's like you don't want to think of a kid doing that type of shit. I guess he's like 20, 21, but you just wouldn't want to think people are putting together pieces like that in their head, but they are. And then, of course, there's the impulse to be like, well, we have to start censoring that material, and you shouldn't be able to see details from the courts if that's what you're going to do with that information. And it's like, hold the fuck
And
up.
now they said Google censored the prompts when you tried to look up attempted assassination of Donald, TRUM, no prompts. Or
You want to talk
the
about
prompts were for Truman, Reagan.
Yeah.
And people trying to share the photo of Trump with his fist in the air. That was being censored on Facebook.
Yeah, the only picture I could find bloody of Trump within the first few days was him bloody on the ground. You couldn't find him with that and the fist in the air. So I noticed this yesterday. See if this does anything on your end. Type into Google Images or Google Images is where I was trying to get some stuff for this. So I'll just stick with Google Images for now. Antifa communist, Antifa militant, Antifa terrorist, anything with a negative but also accurate connotation at the end of it.
I put in Antifa, and the only two negative things that I see in the prompts are mugshots and riots. I type in
Oh, you
C.
got
I
30
get
votes.
Antifa comic, Antifa car, Antifa cake, Antifa cat bar stool, Antifa commercial, Antifa cross, and Antifa clothing.
Oh yeah, keep trying. It doesn't get any better no matter what you fucking type. It's all. Oh yeah, it pissed me off. I was hoping we get to talk about this shit.
Oh yeah, that's definitely not good. And that's why you should
Now,
go.
see if it does this for you. Type in detransitioners or anything of the sort, and then go to I think videos. I'll
Okay.
screenshot my result on this one. Cause
Okay,
mine's
I'm at detransition, detransition movement, detransitioners, detransition movement, Chloe Cole.
where's the
Detran.
videos from?
Okay, I haven't done the videos. Search by. Okay. You want me to go to images?
No, go to videos for this one. I think this is where I noticed it. It was either videos or news, but I'm pretty sure it's videos.
I don't see Google videos. You mean YouTube?
No, so if there's like an arrow or 3 buttons, there should be a videos option the same way there is images. Because when I tried to go look at the detransitioner shit, it was purely TikTok. There wasn't a single link to YouTube or any of the other streaming sites.
Okay, let's see. All right, there I changed it. D-Trans, I get D-Trans full documentary. Meet Margaret Olohan. D-Trans official trailer. D-Trans Awareness Day panel. Trans guy reacts to transphobic D-Trans documentary. The tide is turning in the gender wars, Laura Becker. D-Trans stories. Should minors transition D-Trans versus trans?
That's way better than what I got. I'll pull the screenshot up. It was literally just TikTok, 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 and it was like one thing that had anything to do with actual detransitioners. The rest was just slamming or this doesn't exist or it's minor. It freaked me out. I was just like I said, no YouTube. Usually it's just purely YouTube, video, voodoo, whatever the fuck.
I'm getting
But
YouTube and one Instagram result on the first page.
shit, maybe they cleaned it up. Maybe it was a fluke for that day. Like I said, I'll find it and send it to you because I did email it to Buck Angel. But Google just shouldn't be playing these fucking games in general.
But look, you know that Google visited the Obama White House over 400 times. They are in deep with one of the factions in the Democratic Party.
I mean, it was a military project. Isn't Google all a product of DARPA?
They did get some money from DARPA initially, and that seems to have been uh, partially an effort from people within the Democratic Party to co-opt it. So it started out pretty cool, independent, competent. And when you dangle money in front of some people, they'll just go to where the money is.
It's just all it is a data system that knows everything about you and your world and your thoughts. And we just all feed into it. And we love it. We eat it up. And it's just, and I mean, I have to use it for this.
There's one team of researchers. They analyzed something like 4 million impressions in order to have an idea of just how the people's search results were manipulating their political behavior. So for test accounts that were meant to simulate Democrats, they got something like 90% of them got remember to vote reminders. And it was something like 30% for accounts simulating Republicans.
It's just so creepy. Like, I just don't like any of it. Again, I just think of this in the hands of the Nazis in the 1940s. It would not have gone anywhere good. The world we would live in today would be a much more horrible place. Like, this is just...
Welcome to cyberpunk. We're living in it.
Man, and it's not even cool because we haven't even got all the cool gadgets and shit yet, and all the fucking rainbow hair and all the tattoo face shit and the piercings. It's already played out. It's like, where do you go from there? It's like y'all jumped the shark on that one. Fuck.
We have achieved
ease into
cyberpunk,
it.
and it's really boring and uncool.
I love the original Cyberpunk game trailer that came out. Was it like 5 or 6 years before the game even dropped? When the last line of the trailer was literally, "The game will be ready when it's ready," or something like that. That was when they were like, "This will be coming out when it's ready," and then Cyberpunk was just. Ugh.
I mean, there was a cyberpunk before Cyberpunk 2077 or whatever that new game is.
I just realized, are we talking about the game or the fucking genre?
The genre. I was talking about the genre.
Okay. I guess I'm just so used to when everyone says cyberpunk around me now, they're talking about the fucking games. Just like, okay, genre. Got you. But yeah, no, I really wanted the colorful, freakish alien world with the mohawks and the pink hair and all that shit. I really thought we were going there, man. I really thought we were going there. This isn't going to last.
Leave aside the art. We've got a close relationship in which corporations and government bureaucrats control each other, an environment in which information is traded and controls people's life. We've got devices that are designed to interact with the human brain in sometimes productive, sometimes destructive ways. We've got Asian business conglomerates controlling huge amounts of American life. We've got a society in which people are atomized and don't feel any strong connection towards other people. We've got high levels of crime that is barely investigated, if at all. We're living in cyberpunk.
Shit.
Human life is a commodity. And it's a commodity that makes some people a lot of money and traumatizes others.
Fucking right, though. Oh, man. This is right on the fucking head. I'm just like, God damn it.
I mean, take out the sci-fi implants and change the color scheme. What is there in this world that currently isn't cyberpunk?
I mean, not even the sci-fi implants. I've been getting a fucking charity commercial from a girl walking around with a fucking Tony Stark hand, and you got this guy up in Washington who he'll fucking put body modifications, technological body modifications, out of his garage, or at least that's what Vice had on his shit a few years ago. He's probably gotten even better. The guy with the antenna coming out of his head, like translator technology. We definitely got the implant stuff.
And there's been a legal case in Australia, I believe, about a guy putting his transit pass chip in his arm rather than keeping it as a card that people can verify.
Did you hear about the was it Colorado? I think they're passing through some stuff, or at least it's on its way to being passed through, where it's like a protection of privacy of thoughts.
I want to see how it's written because
Yep. I think we all need to.
because that, I mean, people's thoughts should be private, but the way they write this stuff can be, oh yeah, the Save Puppies Act makes owning a dog illegal.
No shit.
So, I mean, you really want to look at the details of this stuff.
Well, what tells me is like, right to privacy of thoughts rights are violated all the fucking time. So all you're telling me is that my privacy of thought is about to get fucking violated. That's all I'm taking from that.
Yeah.
I was like, y'all see something coming? I see something coming. Watch tinfoil actually work. That's all I'm fucking saying. But oh man, yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. And for the things I do love about Elon Musk, fuck you for even considering that technology, Elon Musk. I'm very upset about this, but hey, it's all part of prophecy. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? Oh, oh no, did you freeze again? Oh, there you go.
No. It's yeah, Elon Musk is generally a great guy, but even he has probably considered the dystopian potential of a chip in people's brain.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, there's an old Batman comic from World War II about a metal plate in people's brain being activated to turn them violent.
Well, I mean, that's the story of Mad Hatter.
Well, I
The
thought
Batman villain.
Hatters went insane because of too much arsenic and the chemicals used in felt handling.
Is that what happened? Shit. I never even like.
I don't know about the Batman.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Batman. No, the Batman villain is Jervis Tech. So he has a card that he puts into people's hats, and they're usually Alice in Wonderland theme, and then it's like full blown mind control.
Okay.
Yeah, it just makes him. It makes Elon Musk look like Mad Hatter. I do feel bad for him with the whole trans kid thing, though. I didn't see what the kid's response was. I didn't want to because often kids' responses to this are just kind of shitty. But I was just like, man, I can sympathize with that a little bit.
Elon Musk is a brilliant engineer, a competent businessman, and highly impulsive and not good at either personal relationships or taking care of kids.
Yeah, no doubt there.
He
And I
wasn't
mean,
a-
that's what creates trans kids, honestly, is parents not being around can. That could be a learning lesson in that direction too, is what happens when daddy's working all the time and you're left to your own devices and you got all the best technology and you're left to your dad's going to take everybody to Mars and the cosmos. So what's gender in the grand scheme of all that, you know?
I mean, there's a pattern where great technological advancements cause people to be wildly over optimistic about things that aren't even technology. So, oh wow, we've managed to prolong people's lives until ordinary people can live into their 80s. Mortality is down. And then you have a bunch of people say, wow, we can change people's bodies a whole lot. Let's push this until to imagine the craziest things. We have the internet. We can remotely control planes, and we can get people from one of the densest places in Europe or America to the middle of the Amazon in 12 hours. We can do all sorts of things. So some people think we can do things that we can't actually do.
Mm-hmm.
So there isn't just innocent people being wildly over optimistic. There's innocent people being told to be wildly optimistic by snake oil salesmen as well. You start out with something that's a legitimate achievement, people mimicking, trying to replicate it, people mimicking that, and then innocent people being taken along for a ride by scammers.
Yeah. Scientology.
Heck, at this point, they seem less crazy than a lot of stuff that's going on right now.
I feel like a Scientology ceremony, whatever the fuck, wherever they gather, I feel like that would be real peaceful compared to whatever the fuck I got going on here.
Probably true.
I bet the music's nice and I bet the food is good.
They also have a tendency to not be very charitable because they're being begged for so much money for their own stuff that they don't really have much money left for other people. I mean, sometimes they do, but oh, come on, give us money. Money for your advancement up the bridge. Money for this new building. Money for these certificates. And people
It's like a church that's going under. Well, I mean, it's a literal church going under, but I've seen a lot of Baptist church that, yeah, it's kind of how it goes in the end.
Golly. So you ended up with situations where you had people being begged to mortgage their house 4 or 5 times, sign over their retirement accounts, sign over their kids' college money. People gave it to them.
God, that's so sad.
And there's
Just
a
throwing away
parallel
your
here.
kids' future on that. Yeah.
You know where a lot of money for a lot of the money used to incentivize DEI and other woke causes in businesses comes from? A lot of that investor money comes from investment accounts that are running people's retirements. The money in 401ks and pension plans gets used to push ESG stuff.
I want to deep dive this, but I have to go to the bathroom. Give me 1 sec, and we're going to jump into this because this sounds interesting. Be right back. All right, I'm back. So how are they using old people to turn people gay?
Well, environmental social governance scores were initially pushed by BlackRock and others on the theory that this version of ethical investing would result in better returns over the long run. Of course, it didn't work like that. And a lot of these scoring systems were frankly designed to be kind of an insider game scoring system. So why the heck should Frito-Lay be considered higher scored than a tobacco company? Maybe, maybe not. But the result is that these were numerical scores using rules that were oftentimes gamed by the friends of the people who were doing the scoring system. And a lot of the social aspects were basically farmed out to various left-wing groups like the Human Rights Campaign. So their scoring system gets plugged into the ESG scoring system. And if companies and if banks and retirement funds are making investment decisions based on the ESG score of the company involved, that can have a profound effect on the incentives for businesses.
So it helps drive investor outcome, essentially. It's
basically painting a target on certain behaviors, and so their buddies in various investment firms and portfolio management firms choose how they invest based on those targets.
and China's exempt from ESG, right?
Effectively, yeah.
And they're the only ones.
No.
No, there's others.
The thing is, a lot of the people who run those ESG systems are friendly with people in the Chinese government or have major investments in China. So you get a situation where, say, there's a place buying oat milk made from slave labor in Xinjiang. And that company will be considered high on the social score because of, say, they have various initiatives for LGBT employees. Whereas a place that doesn't have that, but also doesn't get their ingredients from communist China, is going to get scored low.
It's just a rigging of the system.
Effectively, yeah. On the surface, it's designed to look like it's a rigging system so that insiders get scored highly and outsiders get scored lowly. So it's a fake credential that companies can tout to investors or lenders.
So it's not even. To what extent is it real then? Like,
people have tried scoring systems before and they've collapsed because fundamentally it's pseudoscience. And most people would rather have their money invested with higher returns than lower returns. What ESG does is have a bunch of buddies in regulatory agencies in various governments and has buddies in various investment firms and portfolio managers promising to invest based on the ESG score.
see.
And when people's retirement accounts are in funds that are managed by people committed to following the ESG score, people's retirement funds get directed towards whatever those big projects are.
Jesus.
So if you've got a company that's trying to raise their ESG score so they can get more short-term operating loans, or because they're trying to encourage a buyout from another company that has more money and is looking to look good in front of politicians, regulators, and the in-group in the financial investing field, then they have to put forth a bunch of messaging and engage in a big dog and pony show about how they're so progressive and whatnot.
How does, because I mean, at that point, ESG is just another dragon. How do you think we get rid of that? Like, how does it fall? Do you just let it fall on its own, or does there have to be an active effort on people's part to kind of push back on it?
Because it's trying to invest in things that are not already invested in by people seeking to just make money, they're going to select things that are less efficient than general unless they can co-opt enough government pressure to drive out competition. So if we maintain a free market and prevent governments from just wiping out various businesses, the lower results will cause people to abandon it naturally. And to an extent, that's happening. BlackRock basically backed off of a couple ESG driven funds because they just weren't making enough money. If they had managed to get enough governments to quash their competitors, they probably still would be leaning into it hard. But right now, it's just not very efficient. And they can't squash the alternative.
It's not a good time for BlackRock.
They're a pretty horrible company.
It's just, I know it's not like biopharmaceuticals, but they're starting to feel like our own personal little umbrella corporation. Just this evil company that we have to coexist with that's just starting to control every aspect of our lives and is seemingly unleashing a bunch of zombies on us.
Obama made a deal with a lot of financial firms, back him and his projects, and they would get the inside scoop on a lot of stuff. The result has been kind of dystopian.
There has to be accountability for past presidents. Like, you can't just be like, okay, I'm president now. Oh, I haven't been president for 8 years. Don't look at me. It's like,
well,
no, you should still be held accountable in the future.
I mean, what happens if you try to put the guy on trial? Let's remember, a lot of people love Obama. And a lot of people, and sometimes presidents have to do nasty things. And you don't want people getting put on trial every time they make a hard decision. Was going into World War II a popular decision? Heck no. Frankly, it took a fair degree of propaganda to get most of the American public on board with fighting Germany first and not fighting Japan.
And ignoring warnings that the bombers were coming to Pearl Harbor and looking the other way.
That's actually a pretty normal bureaucratic fuck up.
So you see it more of an accident than oh, we're just gonna look the other way.
Yeah. There was tension, but the thought was that the main attack would be in the Philippines.
Mm.
And they thought it would be, and they were more worried about sabotage, not carrier groups.
So wasn't there more oil out there? Something like that?
In the Philippines?
Oh, no, in the Philippines. No, I'm mixing a different
The
story.
oil was in Indonesia at the time. And Japan was already at war with the Netherlands, which controlled Indonesia back then.
Oh, okay.
The reason why Japan decided to attack the US was because the US was getting increasingly angry at Japanese attacks and refused to sell more oil or scrap metal to Imperial Japan. And US observers had personally witnessed the massacre of civilians in China.
Oh, geez.
So Americans were reporting on Japanese atrocities.
Damn. It means there was like a whole coalition of people prior just trying to be like, hey guys, hey guys, hey guys, look over here, look over here. That'd be something fun to learn more about. Again, not fun, but interesting to learn more about.
Imperial Japan was a really nasty place. And if you want to feel queasy, if you want horror, go look up Unit 731.
I remember my husband telling me about this at one point. Do you want to reiterate it a little bit?
Okay.
Let's do it.
Unit 731, what their cover was as a water purification unit, but they were the Imperial Japanese Army's biowarfare unit. And they had thousands of people assigned to them, and they did things like try to inflict diseases on Chinese civilians. And they cut people open alive without anesthetic when they were experimenting on people. They would kidnap people, cut them up, and examine the process in minute detail. And the way they went about it wasn't just clinical. It was also, for example, they would grab a Chinese woman from a village, if she was pregnant, cut open her belly and dissect the baby as well. And sometimes they'd hold a person in a cell for a few days before vivisecting them. And sometimes, if they were a woman, rape them. It is profoundly disturbing stuff. And the people who did it were not just some rogue idiots. They were backed by one of the princes. One of their main directors was a prince of the Japanese imperial family. And their people came from Tokyo University, which was the center of the intellectual elite in Imperial Japan. Hundreds, and I want to say thousands, but I'm not sure, of skeletons were found. Human remains were found underneath some of the medical laboratories at Tokyo University. They published some of their scientific findings by barely disguising their experiments as being done on monkeys, but they didn't specify what species of monkey, and it was pretty obvious by these stats given that they were vivisecting human beings.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I saw photos from Mengele's horrible experiments. And I was just reading accounts of what Unit 731 did, and I felt queasy. I've seen metal splinters, high resolution photos of metal splinters in people's eyes, and I didn't feel anything. When I was reading accounts of what Unit 731 was doing, I felt queasy, and I had to put the book down for a few minutes before I could continue.
What book were you reading?
I don't remember the title of it. It was about Unit 731 and a guy at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities School of Public Health Program and Human Rights and Health Policy had given it to me to read.
It's fucking inhuman what people are capable of.
Yeah. That was the intellectual elite of the medical world in Imperial Japan, and that's what they did. Oh, and after the war, most of them got off without any serious problems. Some of them defected to the Americans on the promise of soft treatment, so that in exchange for their data. So a lot of American treatments for tropical diseases came from the research that Unit 731 did on unwilling human subjects.
Basically, perspectives as well. You tortured them and you shouldn't do that, but now that you did, we won't have to do it one day, so...
And the Soviet Union got some of the people, and they built a planned testing facility based on plans that Unit 731 drew up. They designed a facility, but they couldn't build it. The Soviets ended up building it in their territory.
What was it called?
The facility? I don't remember.
Yeah.
But they ended up performing some experiments that Unit 731 could not perform, like trying to design a lice bomb to spread certain diseases effectively.
Jesus.
Oh, and Communist China, they ended up grabbing a bunch of those people to work on their own biowarfare program.
What was the name of the guy who created the flea bomb? Was he Japanese? I think Dr. Poison in Wonder Woman was based off of him.
I don't know, but almost certainly Japanese. Unit 731 was Japanese.
I think he was considering anthrax bombs, or maybe it was anthrax or something carried through fleas, and basically a giant ball in the sky that would just boom, millions of self-reproducing fleas that would just plague a nation. I mean, shit, fleas don't care about borders. Plague as many nations as they can get to.
There was a lot. The thing is, if they had dropped one of their flea bombs in the US, they wouldn't have, Japan would not have had to deal with the consequences. And probably the only reason why the Nazis didn't use gas on the UK was because British bombers could overfly most of German territory and retaliate. So, Unit 731, these people were absolutely evil, and they were given a cushy life in exchange for their knowledge.
Just like the Nazis in Operation Paperclip.
To be fair, in Operation Paperclip, the ones who got taken by the Americans had political minders, so they didn't do anything similarly evil.
Fair.
A lot of the Soviet chemical warfare program was using Nazi scientists as well.
Yeah, because it wasn't just us, huh?
Right.
Jesus Christ. It just scares me because I wonder, like, there's weapons we haven't seen before. There's shit that's never been tested or shown publicly, and it's like, well, what the fuck are we about to see? Like, I feel like we're gonna see some wild shit. It'll be like Leave the World Behind, where it's just like the deer come and then they're dead, and then all of a sudden all the kids' teeth are falling out, and it's just like there's just so many weird options on the table right now.
There's a plausible theory that COVID was an outgrowth of an effort to engineer a new bioweapon. That it wasn't the final product, it was a modification in an effort to get a final product.
I believe that. Doesn't sound completely implausible given everything. I mean, it shouldn't have been evolved to the state that it was. So to think that that was the final evolution, I mean,
Oh, hey,
Resident Evil, they didn't just start with the T virus; it became the G virus and the C virus, and then all this other shit.
here's these segments in the genetic code of COVID that you don't see in nature, but you do see in standard lab gene splicing kits. Huh? That's not suspicious.
And just and never forget the images that came out of China with all this too. People being locked in their homes, like doors to the front of skyscrapers being like
Welded.
well, yeah, there's the word, welded together. The screams, the screaming protest. Have you ever seen those?
I saw a video.
Yeah, like that's just or the drones saying control your soul's yearning for freedom.
Yeah, and I'm not going to forget Arnold Schwarzenegger saying, "Screw your freedom."
It turns out he might be more like his daddy than we thought. Fucking Christ. And I mean Australia, where was our outcry over the concentration camps in Australia? People here didn't even believe they existed. You know how many arguments I had just trying to convince people that the photographs they were seeing weren't fucking bullshit? And now that you have AI, they're all bullshit. And it's like,
The state that went the craziest over locking people up for during COVID was also doing a whole bunch of deals with the communist government in China.
oh yeah, it could have possibly be the same state that whenever Xi Jinping came to visit recently, they just cleaned up the homeless overnight.
I think you're talking about California, not Australia, but
Oh wait, you said I thought you said state. Okay, I can't tell the fucking difference anymore.
In Australia, they're called states as well.
Oh, okay. It's just I was looking at some of the footage recently too of the people who escaped, which they're very orderly people. Their version of escape was going and hopping a chain link fence, and then everyone just being like, "What the fuck?" And then a security guard coming up in a golf cart. But the way the media covers it, it kind of looks like it's nothing, but then it's just like, oh no, I feared for my safety and I feared for her. She didn't know what was good for her, and anything could have happened and anything could have gotten out. And then it's a miracle nobody got hurt. And it's like, hurt?
Yeah, for some weird reason, I don't trust people who think they know what's best for you.
Yeah, shit. It's like, oh man, and quite frankly, we just need to have the spirit that woman had. Because I think in the video, she just kind of looked around, she grabbed her purse, she's just like, "Fuck this!" and she just marched her ass over to the fence. There was no fighting, there was no struggling. She's just like, "I'm out. I'm not playing this right now." And yeah, there's consequences, but you know what? She's a goddamn hero, so fuck them. Like, walk out of the camp. There's a lesson to be learned here today. Walk out of the fucking camp. Stop building the fucking houses. Stop contributing to this shit. Just walk away.
You'd think that after the 20th century, we would have learned, hey, building camps for people who don't want to be in them tends to go bad.
God, we're just all building a big prison for us all to live in, just like System of a Down said. Like, this is just, it's dystopian as fuck, and they rely on our compliance. It's like with prank videos. Someone could go do the most egregious, racist, fucked up, sometimes pedophilic. Some of these pranks are getting real out of hand, and most people will not react. The governments use that, and they rely on it. We got to start wildcarding a little bit. We got to start reacting. We got to start being unpredictable. We got to be the dogs that got off the leash because our owner's beating us. Like, we have to, or we're fucked. That's what the Jewish heroes in the concentration camps did. Even the ones that were sent there to die, like, they fucking did their fucking best. We got to do our fucking best.
And there's a phenomenon where some people spend they spend all their time and then empathy on the people who they can't predict, and they ignore and abuse the people they can predict.
Mm-hmm.
So the more people think that others are boring and predictable, the more they're willing to let them suffer. There's a fundamental loss of empathy for people who play by the rules. And that causes a lot of rules to be designed in a very abusive way.
Man, I know the answer is no once upon a time whenever we talked, but have you by chance seen any of Andor yet?
No.
If there's one Disney Star Wars that you watch to actually enjoy, watch Andor, because this is the one instance where the director didn't know anything about Star Wars until getting on the project, and a lot of what he tackled was communism and people being thrown into the gulag and corrupt judicial system. And I don't want to get too spoilery, but it makes me cry every fucking time, because just so much of what we talk about here, I think it's kind of why Disney pulled some panic moves, is they're like, we can't have the audience thinking these types of things, because it was the first time Disney gave them basically no exceptions to what they couldn't do. And the only thing they said no to was they were going to put the first fuck you in Star Wars. They were going to say fuck the Empire. And Disney was like, okay, we'll let you do the rest of it, but you can't do that. And it's actually wound up being the best thing out of Disney Star Wars. But I can't get too spoilery, but it's good, man. It's one we should definitely talk about.
The fuck you thing might have been a negotiating tactic to propose something unacceptable so they'll give you more leeway on other stuff.
That makes so much more sense, because I was like, there's no way they realistically thought it was going to happen unless they were just trying to be cocky. But no, I can see that. I can see that. But it really does kind of feel untainted. It's dark. It's gritty. It has a lot of Blade Runner type vibes. It's I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it, but you should watch it so we can spoil it.
Okay, $40 for Blu-ray. Do I have? No, I've just got regular.
I'll email you my Disney.
You might want to cut that out.
I'll cut it out because I forgot to do it last time. I'll email you the Disney. Yeah, because it's, I don't know, man. We are in such a corrupt system. And if I clip anything of this out, I'll make it clear it's Andor in the thumbnail so it doesn't spoil anything. But again, we're just all building our own cells, our own chains, our own little boxes. And I think that's one thing that Antifa wanted to do, is they recognized that and they wanted to smash the boxes, but then they wanted to go and smash everybody else's world too, and we're taken down a dark path of misdirection, and we're psychologically hijacked, but still have that instinct of, we're being put into a box. We need to make sure that we can't be trapped here.
You should look up Mussolini. He started out as a socialist, and one of his famous quote is, "The truth is, men are tired of liberty." He argued that people simply wanted to hand power to someone else to do the things they couldn't.
Mm-hmm. I feel like nothing was more clear than that over COVID.
Yeah. People were scared. They wanted to believe in something no matter how implausible. And they simply turned off their brains and let other people do the thinking for them.
Making everything easier everywhere along the way.
And when people say trust the science, then it's no longer science. Because actual science is complicated. It's ambiguous. You have to have debate to actually figure out what's going on. And scientists fool themselves all the freaking time. So you need debate in science. When you say it's beyond debate, you've stopped doing science, you've started doing politics.
Mm-hmm. Becomes dogma.
Yeah.
And it's just, and again, it all comes back to, like, I feel a lot of this has to do with the anti-Christian hatred, because this high horse of science, again, just judging from my generation, has to do with evolutionary biology. That we came from the ocean and then we crawled out and we were the monkeys and humans. And it's like, yes, but they always just kind of use that as a way to, like, target their political opposition. So it's like, why don't you believe in science? Why don't you believe in science? This is scientific. Don't you understand history or science and science and
A lot
science?
of people made the Christians opposed a lot of uh, radical proposals to reform morals and society. So a bunch of people believed that the only reason why people opposed those plans was because they were Christian. And they believed that if they could disprove Christianity by claiming evolution was incompatible with Christianity, they could therefore discredit Christianity and therefore discredit opposition to their radical plans for reform. Unfortunately, that also got kind of lumped in with a bunch of Christians who ended up clinging to fighting evolution as a way to oppose political causes. So, for example, there was a notion that blacks and whites were profoundly biologically different because of evolution. So the Christian concept of creation was jumped on by some people as a way to oppose that biological racism. I know a guy who's got his old elementary school biology textbook in which it was argued that, sorry, not his old one, the one that was used in the Scopes monkey trial. It wasn't the textbook used in the Scopes monkey trial. It was the same textbook in which it argued that blacks and whites were profoundly biologically different because evolution proved it. So people who opposed racial segregation and biological racism sometimes clung to hating evolution. But when you've got a legacy of people used to that opposition to evolution and linking it with religious ideas, also opposing more modern social goals like gay marriage, that became kind of a basis for hating Christianity because Christianity seemed to oppose a lot of what people wanted.
I just hate that we have to tinker with and distort and weaponize, and simultaneously they wonder, just like, well, Christianity's not complete and things are lost over time and nothing's ever really accurate completely. And it's like, well, maybe because of shit like this, maybe this is why we never have a full fucking picture, and we're always fucking fighting, is because everyone wants to come around and reinterpret religion and guide the religious over here and send them off this way, when the whole point is that they're supposed to be centralized around their beliefs, around a book, around a creator. And all these forces all the time consistently are just trying to take them further and further away from that. And if for people who don't know Christians, they just want to go to fucking church. And a lot of Christians right now are struggling to find a church because all these churches are having fucking crises. I went to a church over in Cottage Grove with a buddy of mine a couple of months ago, and it was really nice. I hadn't been in years. And yeah, they had some comments about homosexuality because there was a lot going on at the time. And they're just like, look, this is what the Bible says. And I'm just like, my buddy's kind of looking at me, giving me a weird look. And I'm just like, it's what the fucking Bible says. I didn't write the damn thing. So I was okay with that. But I talked to him recently, and he's just like, oh no, it's gone full blown like gay hatred. There were no dinosaurs. Like there's been some sort of spiral since the last time you were here. And a lot of other churches are getting insanely political. Rockefeller Group, I guess, is getting literature into the churches now. Send you a video on that. Like it's
Oh God.
yeah, they're putting DEI into the churches now. Have you seen the Sparkle Creed?
Sadly, yes.
Yeah.
I hate the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America because they were always intellectually dishonest. Now that they're simply picking their intellectual dishonesty on the basis of what's popular in the left right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're a social club, not a religion.
It's like, I hate to say it, but this is kind of Sodom and Gomorrah. It doesn't mean you have to hate the gays or say it's. I mean, I'll say it's a sin because that's what the Bible says, and I'm not gonna contradict that, and that's my own thing to grapple with. And I think we're all sinners, and I think I don't let that destroy me. I don't think of it in the extreme negative connotations like I used to. Like this, it just makes it sounds horrible. It makes me ashamed to be gay. I see this shit and I'm like, guys, I'm so sorry. I did not sign up for this. I do not represent. I just like gay people should be allies to the Christians right now. For all the talk about allyship, it's like be there for your local Christians because they're fucking going through it right now.
And there's a profound split between people who are normal gays and people who are LGBTQIA plus, etc.
Demon Self is basically sitting in the pews at this point. Like
not preaching from the pulpit
yet. How long before this hits the Vatican? Then we're really fucked.
Well, I mean, apparently the Pope used a word a few times, but so he may not be quite so woke on that issue.
It's.
But
I don't want him to be fucking woke. Just be you. God damn it.
My assessment of Pope Francis is that he's not a genius. He's not the brightest guy. Pope Benedict, whether you love him or loathe him, and he was not exactly the most charismatic guy, he was a very smart guy. Pope Francis is not very smart. And he tends to endorse various factions of the Catholic Church that frankly just want to play leftist politics, and they don't want to ground their stuff in historic theology. Which, I mean, I'm not a Catholic, so it doesn't really, it's not a personal thing to me, but it is profoundly unsettling when anybody is intellectually dishonest.
Yeah. And it's like, God, again, it's like read the Bible, because it's just like the more this shit happens, the more it's just like say verse for verse for verse that.
I mean, the more people end up leaning on LGBT people to support the trans stuff and the political madness, the more they end up just making the paranoid Christians from the past right.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't even have to be much. So many people, this is just like, these are just casual dismissals for them. They think they're casually dismissing somebody's opinions. And it's like, no, when you have people in mass casually dismissing the fact that the church is getting overtaken, casually dismissing detransitioners, casually dismissing concentration camps, like the far right isn't getting mad because you're foaming at the mouth, like promoting your thoughts on these things. They're mad because you're not saying jack shit about it. And it's kind of like you're hiding it.
And one of the factors in political stability is people feeling like they're being heard, like they can say their piece, be listened to, and maybe dismissed once the evidence has been considered. But if they can't bring their claims, they're not going to trust the result.
Yep. And it's
All
why
these,
when, oh, go ahead.
I mean, from a pure political stability standpoint, this dismissiveness actually makes things even more unstable.
And it's why we might find ourselves in a situation post-November to where, whether it's Kamala or whether it's Trump, people feel so hurt and so dismissed that people in mass, hopefully they don't riot, but people in mass are not going to accept the results one way or another. Because they've been hurt so many times, who are they to trust you? You know?
Army recruitment is cratered. Why? Because people don't want to spend their entire waking life in the control of people they don't trust. Mm-hmm. They don't want to risk their life for a government that abuses them.
Well, and they've drawn out this shit so goddamn long. It's like we've been watching city after city get fucking wrecked. It's like we're watching a Call of Duty video game every fucking day. What is that supposed to get our hearts and spirits going? Is that supposed to get our blood pumping? Get me turning red, white, and blue in the face? Let's go get them? Like, no, it's scary as shit. Like, no one wants to be underneath the missile blast. No one wants to be in the skyscraper when the plane fucking hits it. Like, this isn't. And I think that's part of the reason, too, they want to censor a lot of this violent shit online, is because they're like, okay, people need to really calm down about this whole war thing. Otherwise, we're not going to have their compliance in the future. Because we haven't even seen much on U.S. soil quite yet. They're just fucking prowling around us like a lion watching its prey. And, I mean, we have embedded people, but... How'd you freeze? Do, 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 do. Oh, hey. Where we cut out at?
So, lion something its prey.
Oh yeah, it's just like we're being circled. And it's just like China and all them are like a lion circling their prey. Like Russia and China are making joint like patrolling drills together down Alaska now. That has never happened until recently. Like it was always just China or just Russia.
Yeah, because they used to be at each other's throats, and now they've turned to each other for support. And right now, the Russian economy is heavily dependent on China. Who handles Russian credit card transactions? Chinese banks.
Yep, and that's all because we crushed their economy. Because that wasn't a thing before Ukraine, right? Wasn't that after we collapsed their banks, China came in and was like, all right, we're going to bail you out and help you?
Yep. So maybe that's good, maybe that's bad, but right now, Putin completely depends on Xi Jinping.
Yeah. All roads lead to China.
They are, right now, they're the workshop of the world. Well, probably not for much longer because they've been driving everybody away. But for a long time, they had the industrial capacity to manufacture stuff that Westerners did not want made in their countries. And people wonder, hey, where did all the jobs go? Well, Americans are probably more technically educated than Chinese people, but why build factories in China instead of America? Well, it's because so many people don't want factories built in their area,
So dirty. Put
right?
out too much pollution, too much climate change.
Too much pollution, factory jobs are annoying. Why wouldn't everybody just be happy working at McDonald's instead of on an assembly line?
Yep, because everyone working at McDonald's right now, they're fucking so happy to be there. It's
That's
always
a
just fucking
frickin'
smiles. No, dead ass. Now you got all these kids that just, they don't even want to work. They don't know fucking how to work. It's like that with the jobs trying up simultaneously. It's like, oh god, like we're getting close to Venezuela. But China seems to be plagued with its own problems too. I was watching a compilation video yesterday of factory explosion, ships slamming into each other, crates going into the sea. I'm like, oh, y'all are getting hit hard too.
Yeah, China does not have a safety culture. They don't have a maintenance culture. So you'll sometimes see footage of people riding a bike in China, and they've still got packaging stuff on the bike tires.
Jesus.
A lot of them don't understand maintenance. So a lot of stuff burns out quickly in China.
That seems about right. It's kind of like, well, I mean, it's the opposite of Japan, where something goes wrong in Japan. It's just like, how could this have possibly gone wrong? And it's a huge tragedy and doesn't seem to happen as often.
Yeah, Japan does have a maintenance culture, and they've got some very dedicated people, but they're very dedicated about some projects and completely slapdash about some others. So Japan has a much nicer facade, and they've actually got some competence behind it. But Japan also has some serious problems. I mean, quite aside from they don't have enough young people.
In Japan?
Right. Japan, South Korea, they don't have enough kids. Their population is shrinking very fast. And now one kid now has to support 3 or 4 or more old people.
Okay, so now that's got me thinking because, like, you know, so much of this LGBT shit, the sex shit, a lot of it revolves around Japanese and South Korean culture. A lot of the weeby anime shit. It's like, could we be sharing some of those, like, because these people are so fucking sexual when you meet them, but most of them don't fuck, and if they do, it's not to reproduce. But there's always this fetishization of Asian culture, particularly Japan and South Korea with the K-pop and stuff like that. But like every like trans TikToker, crazy kid online. You know, you got the neon lights, and then you have the anime affectation, and then you have the cat ears. I'm wondering if that's something we share, and if it has anything to do with the over sexualization.
I don't think so. The effort to I think over sexualization of American culture came in America before, and now I realize that was a poor choice of words, but
America came first. You heard it here.
and with the rise of the sexual liberation movement with Kinsey and the rise of academic sexologists in the 1950s. I mean, they were around in the 1920s, but it got a lot of political backing in the 1960s. And
I
if
guess
you
that
read
makes
about,
sense. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
so the Rockefeller Foundation was bankrolling a bunch of Kinsey's research at the University of Indiana. And by research, I mean interviewing people about their sex lives, getting people to have sex in front of a camera, and basically Kinsey pressuring his employees to have sex with him.
So real scientific shit.
Oh, yeah. The guy was a scientific fraud. But a lot of people were really excited about the findings, and they thought, hey, could we have a future in which everybody has no strings attached sex with everybody else? They thought they thought that would be a good society. They thought that would be workable. And Kinsey wasn't the first guy to think of that. I mean, Brave New World, that was written before Kinsey. But Kinsey provided the scientific claims to support it. It was pseudoscience. The stats were completely, excuse the phrase, fucked. But Kinsey seemed like he was providing science that would support completely changing the way humans had sex and relationships with each other. A lot of religious conservatives were very, very suspicious of it. Some more boring business and administrative types were skeptical. But the Kinsey believers, I need to find a non-sexual phrase. They work their way into academia, and let's remember there's dirty old men in academia too. And eventually became kind of a cause célèbre among a subset of left-wing academics and politicians. And you had other people like Sartre and Foucault who ended up arguing that sexual barriers were bad. And there was a, what I want to say, 1977 petition against age of consent laws in France that was signed by a lot of important people on the left. And the various Green parties in Europe backed abolishing age of consent laws. So you end up seeing a bunch of ideas that unrestricted sex would be a good thing for people in a lot of left-wing parties. It wasn't a mainstream Democratic viewpoint by the 1990s, but there was a major faction which thought that casual sex was a good thing. And that faction coalesced around Bill Clinton for, I think, obvious reasons.
And, like, I noticed the media push so hard with this too, because it's always from these DEI woke companies. I've seen it in video games where it's a little character where it's like it's a little girl, and they over sexualize the little girl, but then they go around it by saying technically she's 400 or 500 years old. It's like they got that in Zelda. I've noticed the Suicide Squad game. I don't know if I told you about this one yet. They basically make Harley Quinn a borderline pedophile. They decided, because there's a storyline in the comic books where when Harley Quinn leaves Joker, she decides to explore herself a little bit, and she falls in love with Poison Ivy, and it's actually a really good story. I like it. So they decide to do this storyline set in the Arkhamverse where Poison Ivy's already been previously established. She should be older than she was, but Lex Luthor has turned Poison Ivy into a child by the time Harley Quinn finds her. So she's a child version of Poison Ivy, and Harley Quinn keeps making comments about their relationship, even though she's a child now, and they never showed the adult depicted relationship. There was a new horror movie that I noticed that was kind of 1980s style. It played on my ads earlier yesterday. And, Friday the 13th, they'd have the teenage girls going out with their tits out, or they're like half naked and they're jumping into the pool and the lake and they're doing their shit. But they seem like adults. Now it's like you can't tell if these are middle schoolers on the screen. It's like the barriers, it's getting thinner and thinner and thinner. And it's like, no, we need to build that barrier back the fuck up because this is impermissible.
And if I had to guess, somebody in some corporate executive figured that, I mean, whether the director wanted childlike characters in there or not. And sometimes I'm pretty sure some people producing the stuff had a perversion. The corporate overlords thought that maybe they would make more money with that by appealing to a rather disturbing demographic, so they let it continue.
Mm-hmm.
Because that sells, and if they can't appeal to conventional sexual appetites, they've got to try to make money appealing to unconventional sexual appetites.
It's just.
And have you heard about Balenciaga?
I was actually going to bring it up. The photo op where they literally have the paper with the laws saying technically it's okay if it's a cartoon in the background of the photo shoot. Yeah, that's kind of like a go ahead, guys.
So, and some of the people who were designing photo shoots for Balenciaga, not the photographers, don't know much about the photographers, but the people designing some of their ad campaigns were caught being at least casual about child porn.
Oh, the main
Maybe they were
photographer
joking, maybe they
himself.
weren't. But it looks really freaking suspicious.
I'll pull it up if it's true, and post it in, but I'm pretty sure it was the main photographer behind that. He had a history of being on that John Hopkins map shit where he was pretty open in promoting it, leading into it. And I think what they try to say is, well, we didn't look into his history, and it's like, well, y'all gotta start doing that shit.
True on Head has a good video on it.
Sean Head?
Yeah.
For Balenciaga?
Yeah. She's a lefty, but she's not a pedo defending lefty. She tried to join Vosh and BreadTube because she had socialist ideas. But when she went after Balenciaga, Vosh and a bunch of others basically tore into her.
That's not the hill you want to die on.
No. So, Vosh and a bunch of BreadTube, there's a lot of people with some suspicions there. And if you can find some interesting quotes from Vosh, maybe he's joking, maybe he's not, but he has said some stuff that looks really freaking suspicious.
It's like, for all the fucked up shit I joke about, you ain't gonna catch me joking about that type of shit. You're not gonna catch me in some sort of slip off being like, I don't even know, man. It's just so some people, they just like to try and bring up things to see what they could get away with over time. And I think that's kind of the story I detected from my own personal life with the diaper wearing bitch. It's
Is it because
perverted.
Is it because they say stuff to get a reaction out of people, or do they say stuff to see what they can get away with?
At first, it was to see what they could get away with, and then it became justification. And I was hearing this from our kid, to where one of the things that it was always came back to trauma. That was the big justifier. Was, oh well, I experienced trauma when I was a child, therefore that's why this is okay. Type shit. Always
Which is
comes
fucking
back to
BS.
fucking trauma. Yeah, it's just like, I was diddled as a kid, so I can diddle a kid. It's like, that's not how that fucking works. But that's how they treat it.
Trauma becomes a general purpose excuse.
That's what it is for the left.
You've got a freaking choice.
And I think that's why most people won't fucking speak out in fucking Antifa, is the trauma excuses. I had all sorts of different trauma excuses until I had to be like, you know what? Trauma's not an excuse. It's a factor, and it's here, and it's gonna stay, and I can't get rid of it, and I should deal with it. But it's not a fucking excuse. Trauma is branded as an excuse by the far left as a form of shutting people up. And then when people live in that trauma, it's like, I've been worried about the whole maid thing in Canada. Trauma is going to lead to suicide. whether it's government sponsored or not.
That distortion of the concept of trauma just looks like a totalitarian way of denying people self-control, denying people the moral strength to say no, to disagree, to do something different. Would they accept a trauma excuse from someone joining the Aryan Brotherhood?
Nope. Like, trauma could be a part of our story, but it can't be a reason for things. Like, that's how villains are born. You know, the story of a villain is how they got their trauma and then how they misused their trauma. It's the Joker. Which is why, again, why everything's a clown world. You know, it's literally Joker psychology. And that what happened was people like me and others, technically people way worse than me because this shit was happening before I went out there, but there were a lot of Jokers out there that said, hey, you can do this too. This is your permission. This is your big moment. And come get some trauma. And then when you leave with it, live with your trauma. And then let that trauma twist your shadow until you become someone completely unrecognizable. Like, I allowed it to make me someone completely unrecognizable.
That just sounds like nihilists grasping at an excuse to hurt other people because they have no real sense of empathy for other people.
And that's the definition of non-binary. Like, that's all this is for all these different individuals and players within this structure, within this cult, all the different members and all the different factions. It's all boils down to the same shit with that. Is I have my trauma. This is why I get to be an asshole. And that's why I just kind of tell people now is I just kind of look at people and be like, trauma's not an excuse to be a dick. Like, it could be a reason you're a dick, for sure. Like, we all have a recipe that makes us who we are, but it's not a reason to be a dick. It's not a justification. It's not a, okay, go ahead. Like, if that's the case, well, shit, I'm sure Hitler had some trauma. Fuck, let's let him act that out.
Oh boy.
Saddam Hussein, very traumatized fucking man.
Oh god.
Shit. Well, Cyprian.
They,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, it's just another reaction of they talk about liberation, but they tell people they're powerless and encourage them to act without control of themselves. That's not liberation by any sense, except liberation from one's best potential.
And that's why they
From
bring it.
one's best, not for one's best, from.
I feel like I could have been doing a lot of good during that whole Black Lives Matter era. I could have been, hell, I could have been podcasting sooner. You know, I could have been bringing some homeless people to talk to. I could have been doing a lot of shit, I feel like. But for those 2, 3, 4 years, and all the years after until I've got myself to this point, I was taken out of the fight. That's why people got to get back in the fight. It's because otherwise it wins. And otherwise it's going to get a hell of a lot worse.
At one point, you had said something about ex-extremists need to speak out so other people don't make the same mistakes they did. I think that's absolutely true. And here's the thing. By speaking out, you remind people that they have an alternative than just either delving further into the madness or just keeping silent out of shame. There's a way to help people by talking about the bad ideas and the bad things that happened.
Yeah, because that's the thing is a lot of people like that, they just don't really have anyone to talk to or anyone to look like and be like, holy shit, that's fucking me. Oh my god, I'm so fucking embarrassed. That happened to someone else too. Like, we spend so much time in our own echo chambers and in our own heads interpreting everything through the lens of trauma and pain and destruction that when you start hearing from other people, like I said, the detransitioners, not even, never been trans, never been a detransitioner, but listening to them and how they felt walking away from what they walked away from and realizing all the comparisons to what I walked away from, it's like, holy shit. And they were radicals. They did a radical fucking thing. They did an extreme fucking thing. And there are reasons for why that happened. But now they're doing something to fix it, even if it's just one sit down session with Buck Angel to let someone else know, like, hey, you're not alone.
I think it's worth talking to some ex-cult people because in cults, some people did some pretty nasty things. So, Tori Magoo, she was the daughter of some mafiosi, and she didn't want to be that, and she didn't have the grades for med school, but she was entranced by the idea of healing people through Scientology, and eventually she got drawn into the Office of Special Affairs, which is their secret police / legal department. So she got roped. She wanted to heal people, but she got involved in suppressing critics. And once she realized that they were trying to spam recipes on an ex-Scientology message board to prevent people from talking freely, she realized that what they were doing was evil and stopped. And then a few years later, she joined the ex-Scientology community and the critics, and she helped people criticize the movement that she saw turn abusive. And she reminded people that there was a way out of Scientology. It wasn't just put up with the berating and psychological abuse and the shady behavior all the time. People can leave. And by being there and being visible and being honest about what she had previously done, she helped people understand the way other people had been lied to, the way they had been abused.
It's important. Like, if I, because I've gotten away, but I'm still fighting the battle in my head to get away, even though I don't see these people anymore. I don't get threats. I don't get harassed. I haven't gotten that first famous hate wave that comes through. I, I it's just, I don't know, it's just, this is not worth being a part of. But the isolating feeling, knowing there isn't other people, it's fucking with me. I mean, I know there is other people, but like the fact that there was no one speaking out outside of a couple of videos or writing a book or any of that, it's like, it's gonna be a fight to get out of it and get past it. But the more people that come in and join the fight, and the more people help me out, or the more people help each other out, or you can at least, like, if you're someone in that situation, at least take this podcast and show it to a fucking friend who might be in that space too. Like, I got a buddy I marched with who I've tried to send a couple of my videos to, and I've just been met with radio silence now. So I'm like, I don't know if that friendship's lost. One of my last connections to Antifa, as far as I'm concerned. But you got to try, and you got to move past the isolation. You got to do it without a mask. Got to do it publicly. So that if the cops were to ever knock on my door and be like, okay, we want to talk to you, I'll be like, all right, what do you want to know? And if anything, that's just more ammunition in your pocket to be like, yeah, no, this happened. Here's my legal paperwork. I've been gone the last couple weeks. Now I'm back. Here's what happened. And then you just got something else to talk about.
I mean, Michael Francesi left the mafia. He left it on good terms, but he left. Chris Shelton left Scientology. He was in the Sea Org. And he left in an orderly way, but he was definitely not welcome at the time that he left. I don't know if Tori Magoo is still alive. John Streeter of Thoughts and Things and Stuff, he's an ex-Mormon. Now, Mormonism is not nearly as abusive as the Mafia or Scientology, but there's a lot of psychological pressure for people in it.
It always seemed to be more familial for Mormons as far as that was concerned.
Yes. And a bunch of ex-Mormons turn woke very quickly. He's one of them who hasn't. But he's a doctor and he's interviewed a former trans activist. And he's familiar with the struggles detransitioners go through.
It was this for Francesi?
No, that was John Streeter. Thoughts on
okay.
Things and Stuff. John Streeter is the ex-Mormon doctor and interviewed detransitioners.
Okay. Someone worth reaching out to?
Yes.
Heck yeah.
I think it might be interesting to try to talk to some ex-Scientologists because the Scientology pushes people to engage in illegal behavior. And they spend a lot of time trying to terrify people about the state of the general society. Now, some of them when they get out, try to believe everything the mainstream media says because they're trying to be the opposite of what Scientology was claiming. But some of them are more level-headed. But they all have some degree of psychological damage from the experience.
Yeah, there's a lot of ex-Mormons up here, and of all the ones I'm thinking of, yeah, they basically went woke. A lot of them went trans.
So are they simply searching for the same thing in a different movement?
Yeah, that's all it is. I mean, it's the same for the Christian crowd and all that get into it too. It's religious replacement. It's the Jesus Christ that damn us for not accepting. It's like, yeah, I've already done this game, people. And the thing is a lot of these people, like, I feel like whenever the Mormons and the Christians, or the ex-Mormon and the Christians that become trans that I've met, they're not really forceful because they know what it's like to come from a more forceful background. But for the ones that are non-religious, that don't come from religious families or religious upbringing, who have never been in a church or anything like that, it's they can't see the religious behavior in themselves. They can't see that it's exactly the same thing that a lot of these people got away from, or it's the type of religious behavior that I grew up with in full parallel, but you can't explain that to somebody who hasn't actually come from a religious background or lived it. So anytime they see it in media or TV or they read about it, it's just this foreign thing, and that could never be them, you know?
Because they associate
Yeah, so I've had a lot of people get emotional when I try to put it in those terms, to where I'm just like, look, you're acting very religious in how you're handling this. And I'm a gay guy. Again, people feel like they can talk to me because I talk to people. But I've met some of these new trans people now, to where it's like I just want to walk away whenever I see someone in a room, because it's just like, well, let me tell you about all my familial trauma. And you just kind of start to slightly hint like, look, maybe the problem's not your parents, it's you. Had an incident like that recently, to where I was just like, and they're telling me, they're like, my dad doesn't get it, my mom doesn't get it, and they're super religious. And what's even weirder is my sister, who's 15 years older than me, who's trans, who's been trans for 20 years, won't call me by my proper gender either. And I'm just sitting here looking at this dude pretending to be a girl, and I'm like, yeah, if even your older trans sister is not fucking on board, I wonder why, dude. And I just felt so bad because usually in those moments I just used to be like, live your truth and be you and yada yada and just try to be the comforting,
And
loving
now,
support.
and now you're skeptical, and it kind of hurts to be skeptical, but you just can't believe them.
Yeah, and I still use the pronouns and all that, but I was just kind of like, look, maybe it's worth looking at what your family's going through. And one thing I try to be like too is like, parents go through trauma with this shit too. It's not just the kids. Parents go through trauma when their kids come out as gay. Like, oh, shit, those are the grandkids I've been fantasizing about. That's out the window. Yeah, there's a trauma associated with that, and it's not the same kind of trauma as getting your ass beat, but it's a dig out of your heart. It's fair. It's worth evaluating. But it's always just woe is me and my homophobic or transphobic parents. It's like,
Well, in some communities in some upper middle class communities, claiming trauma is a way to gain power and prestige. I've been in a room where a guy complained that, yeah, my parents took me to a psychologist because I seemed anxious in school. The psychologist interviewed me for a couple of hours, and he concluded, you're a normal kid with normal adolescent anxiety. You'll be fine." And he ended up a upper middle class guy uh, with some pretty stable relationships and a pretty decent job in DC.
and you know what I'm noticing?
And he was in a room telling us about his trauma because the psychologist said he was just a little anxious and fine. And
A lot of
he
that
never
knows
said
me.
anything that was particularly traumatic.
Hey, you know what's weird is like I'm noticing a lot more middle class women in particular. Now that the youth has hyperfixated on anxiety and trauma and the political atmosphere, it's all kind of that. It's like people who have been married for years and years, had their jobs, had their shit together, who never really like micro-fixated on their psychology and quite frankly had it together quite fine. Now we're starting to like be like, wait, but I am starting to feel a little anxious because the world's changing. It's going by really fast. Maybe I do have anxiety. Maybe I do have PTSD. And they're starting to do what the kids are doing because it's getting so much in their head that they want to mix up the monotony of life a little bit.
Well, I mean, politics tends to inflict a great deal of anxiety on people. So am I just an anxious person, or am I anxious because of everything that's around me? It's one of those environment versus internal self problems. So
I feel like if you don't have anxiety right now, you might have a problem. Like everybody should have anxiety right now.
I mean, if they're following what's going on in public, and some people don't. Some people just retreat inwards and they ignore all the politics and they just focus on one little thing so they can feel safe and comfortable, and they ignore everything else.
And then in times of crisis, when they're not calling you crazy, they come running to you asking questions.
So is that a healthy response? Is that a problematic response? That's a sociological question.
There's definitely something to envy about it. It's like, yeah, definitely sometimes I wish I could have like a little bubble like that, but then I look at the rest of the world and the future in my life and I'm like, well, I feel like I can't really fuck up now. It feels like if I fuck up now, I fuck up for good. So
So, I mean, we live in an environment that rationally produces anxiety and fear. So, is that people just jumping on the trauma bandwagon? Probably some of them are, but you also have, I'm scared to walk in this neighborhood at night. You'd be stupid if you weren't.
yeah. And it's like I don't know. It's good to know your psychology. It's good to know whether you have a mental disorder, you're anxious or depressed. You should have labels for the things you're dealing with, but you can't make it your life. You
But
should.
there's also the constant problem of, are psychologists diagnosing people on the basis of the behavior they display? And is that because of what's inside them or because of the environment they're in? Because if you take a kid in a very abusive family, the kid's probably going to be kind of anxious. Is it because a kid is naturally anxious or because our family situation is terrible?
Yeah. And like half the psychologists you hear about now, it seems like a kid could walk in and they could be like, "Oh, I'm fine," and the psychologist would be like, "Well, he said he's fine, so I mean, we should take children at their word. Like, if he says he's fine, then I don't need to examine any of his body language. He said he's fine." It's kind of what it feels like.
They tend to be biased towards something diagnosable that they can bill for.
Hmm.
But if the parent is paying, some of them will just say he's fine. So it depends on the situation. It was very weird seeing some psychologists comment on the interview that Hollywood actress transitioned to male. I can't remember her name.
What was she in?
I don't remember.
Is it the little blonde girl? Euphoria girl?
No,
Skinny?
I think she was a
Oh,
brunette.
Elliot Page?
Elliot Page.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the body language from one of her interviews looked like she was kind of traumatized to some people. But you had some psychologists claim, no, she's perfectly fine. Body language didn't look fine.
Oh. It's and you're noticing that the longer this trans shit goes on, a lot of these people you see around town, the fresh ones are happy and perky and they're ready to go. And then a lot of the older ones that a couple years ago looked fine, starting to look a little more Mad Max. Like,
I mean,
it's not been a pretty up glow, except for the ones that treat themselves right and actually do have gender dysphoria that take time and care and put the work and energy into themselves and finding their authentic selves, the genuine transsexuals, they're doing just fine. It's all the other ones.
there's generally a 12-month period between for the honeymoon period after an operation to go away. People will rate almost any operation high as satisfactory after it happens. The highest rating is immediately afterwards, but there still tends to be an afterglow effect for 12 months.
Yep, and a lot of the WPATH studies, I think, whenever it came down to checking out their satisfaction levels and doing a rating on that and checking back in with them, I think they stopped after 6 months. So they didn't even go past the 12 months, if I'm remembering correctly.
And that is a huge freaking bias. One of the classic examples used in judging judging medical studies is a very famous incident. There was the idea that implanting monkey testicles in people's butts would give them more testosterone and make them more masculine. Guess what happened? It had no effect.
When the fuck was this?
Want to say around the 1920s or so. I can't remember.
Okay, monkey butt, testicles, testosterone. Okay.
Some famous people got the operation. They were very satisfied, but there was no actual beneficial effect. But people were very satisfied.
They're like, this is fucking great. Y'all don't even know. Holy shit.
I mean, one reason why we have all these warnings in medicine is because people were really optimistic. They did something, and then we realized, hey, this was actually really stupid.
So it'll be like a few years, people walk around and be like, dude, I got 3 dicks. Why do you got 3 dicks? I don't fucking know, but I got them. After 3 years, it's like, I got 3 dicks.
I mean, be careful what you wish for. It's because people got things they wished for.
We don't wish for the best things as a species.
No.
Oh man, and I'd say that it's probably a good thing genies aren't real, but they say there's a connection to genies and the jinn basically being Islam demons. So it's just like, are the demons giving people what they think they want? Are they granting wishes? I'll let the bishops decide.
I mean, 2 years ago, I would have been, yeah, this is probably a metaphor. Now I'm thinking, egregore, does general belief create what an information entity that behaves like a being? And now I'm much more open to the idea of demons because, my God, there's so much evil in this world.
Well, and I think what's crazy about this time is it's kind of like we've asked the question for so long. Are demons, aliens, angels, God, are they physical? Are they metaphorical? Are they historical? Are they universal? Are they cosmic? And I think the thing with all of these big things is the answer is just yes. And that's what makes them so powerful. Because you can look at them poetically, you can look at things historically, you can look at things through like psychedelics, pseudoscience, whatever the hell. You can look at it through so many angles and you can find existence of it in whatever. Psychology, you can find angels and demons throughout psychology. You will find the psychology of saints and you will find the psychology of sadistic fucking assholes. And it's just it transmits through every study, every avenue. It's like they're everywhere. And just like God is everywhere and the angels are everywhere. You can find examples to where the Bible is just kind of like a formula of explaining the concept of like everything in oneness, I feel like, which is really just kind of what God and creation is. And it's what we do with that to scatter it out. But at the end of the day, we really are just one uniformal thing contributing to the output. But then when we die, we just suck back into one.
That can be interpreted in many different ways. So I'm going to say maybe.
Oh, I smoke a lot of pot. But I mean, it's kind of a beautiful thing because it takes you out of the darkness a little bit because you realize the good is just as good as the bad is bad. And it's like that's kind of like the point of the revelation. I feel like, it was said like there's a blessing to those who read this book. Because now if you've read it, if you've seen kind of what's being said coming true, then what you get out of that is the comfort that there is something greater. There is a creationary force, there is a grand plan, and that no matter what happens, know it's going to be hell, know it's going to be brutal, know people are going to die, know that parents will turn against their children, children will turn against parents, know that a beast system will exist that you cannot buy or sell from, know that the world will burn, know that the water will become poison. But know that when it happens, I told you this would happen a long fucking time ago. So hang out through it, stick it out. There's something brighter on the other end of it if you just maintain your faith. There's something really beautiful and reassuring about that gets me through the day.
All right.
Yeah, I just have my own personal little renaissance. But it does look like we've been talking now for goddamn near 6 hours. And
Yeah.
hell yeah. I really appreciate your help with all this, man. And like being able to talk with somebody on a weekly basis and like make a new friend and go into all this crazy shit together, like it's been really informative and educating, and it's helped pull me out of a lot of the isolation I feel here at home. And I don't know, I'm really grateful, and I really feel confident calling you a friend. You mean a lot to me, and I'm very grateful that you've come into my life.
Thank you.
And I guess with that, any closing thoughts?
There's a lot of forces that drive people towards bad ideas. but it takes curiosity and a desire to help other people to prevent those bad ideas from being a life sentence to perpetual guilt.
Into that. Well, you guys, thanks for joining us for another one. Just remember, these people are fucking idiots. If you ever feel like you want to reach out and talk to one of us or get on a panel, have your story heard, like, this is the time for us to band together. This channel is an open invitation for anyone who wants to hear their story heard. Doesn't even necessarily have to be Antifa or extremism. Maybe you're dealing with some sort of gender crisis or medical crisis, or you want to get some stuff in your city exposed that you feel is really spicy. You know, it's up. But peace and love, you guys.